Hello, everyone, and welcome to another live stream. I have a very, very special guest with me today for this, very hot and sweaty live stream here in the UK during a heat wave. So apologies if you can hear fans going in the background, but I have the one, the only Ortho Bro himself, Alex Sorin. How you doing, bro?
I'm well. Thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to have you. So for those who may not know who you are, there may be some out there. Just give us a brief rundown on who you are, your channel, what you do, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so my name is Alex Sorin. I'm an attorney by trade. I got my law degree and I practiced civil litigation for lose track of time so easily, at least 7, maybe almost 8 years now. And after gaining all those skills through my profession, through my trade, I ended up applying them to church history and going on a bit of a quest of self-discovery and rebuilding my worldview and trying to do so from scratch. So I was raised Pentecostal, charismatic Christian. And in that tradition, they have great respect for the sacred scriptures, for the Bible. But, you can't help but notice after a certain point that, hey, you don't really have answers for a lot of the questions. It's a lot of hey, you're just thinking too much, just let go and let God, But that's not enough for, some of us with a more rationally oriented brain, right? We're for better or for worse, we caught a bit of the tism, who knows? But we're looking for very thought out answers and just a basic historical analysis over the course of a year and a half, 2 years. I was very, very convinced of Holy Orthodoxy and that was the church that Christ started. So now at my YouTube channel, we just do apologetics and debate breakdowns and arguing for Christ's church.
Great stuff. Yeah, amazing. So I suppose my first question is about you mentioned briefly, obviously, your journey from from Protestantism over to Orthodoxy, the legalistic mindset that obviously you have as an attorney. What did that look like? So what was some of the walls you were coming up against? What did you start that journey off?
Well, one of the first walls, I suppose, was the lack of coherency between what I was hearing at church and what I'm reading in the Bible and the sermons of the preachers there. So I love my Pentecostal upbringing, my Pentecostal friends and family. They were really good to me. They have great respect for the scriptures. I just wish that they would understand them with the proper phronema. I spent a few years also at a Baptist-y kind of John MacArthur style church, and I had a good time over there as well. But that's really where the differences started to come out. The pastor at that church said from the pulpit, very clearly, as if it happened just now. I still remember it just as clearly, where he said, "Free will is a heresy," and I knew enough at that point to know that that is not right. That he just announced many of the church fathers and the historical figures that we rely on to even have the scriptures in the first place, that we're counting on to have preserved the scriptures. He just said they're all heretics. That doesn't add up at all. So basically, I went all the way back to the book of Acts, and it was from there, Christ established that church. We know that for sure. Now, moving forward in time, what factors do we consider to find that church that Christ established? And what I found was that in the Old Testament, there are certain guarantees, certain markers of what the church is going to be, right? It's going to come about at a certain period of time. It's going to accomplish certain things. It will last forever, and it will look a certain way. There will be judges and counselors there that are making binding decisions in the way that God has always acted with his covenant people. So that sort of analysis kind of eliminated all Protestant, neo-Protestant, American evangelical groups altogether, because a lot of them don't even try to claim some sort of historical continuity. For example, the great Baptist-y apologist James White, as maybe be more accurate to call him a Calvangelical or something. And James White, he recently said, "We are not claiming that the early Christians have the same theology that we do." And I was like, really? That's a big problem, because the doctrine of the church that you see in the Bible really evokes this imagery of a chain of continuity from the old covenant people to the new covenant church. And the new covenant church is never going to fall away or be left to another people. And it puts them in such a weird position, right? Because now they have to defend this church that is always losing to things. Like this church that they're defending loses to heresies, and it never triumphs over anything. And they're always talking about a remnant. But that goes against all the promises that we have in Scripture for what we can count on in Christ's church. So it was a really big wake-up call for me, just to like go through the Scriptures and take this historical, legal approach, looking at precedent, continuity, looking at things as a whole. And I think that that background in law is very what's the word? Like, I guess relevant. It's very relevant to this kind of inquiry, because even if you look at the law code of Saint Justinian, right, that influenced the legal structure in the West a lot. So just being able to understand how this case law developed in America, it was a very useful device for understanding ecumenical councils. What exactly is binding from the ecumenical councils? Is every single word an honorific? Does that have the approval of the Holy Fathers and the Church? If they integrate a letter, right? They say, hey, we have Pope Agatho's letter here. We think the theology in his letter is good. Does that mean that every single word in that letter has the approval of the council? Well, it's the theology that's espoused in that letter, right? And you see these exact same principles in American law. So, yeah, I think it was a very useful device. Through God's providence, he gave me this advantage, for better or for worse. Some might call it a bug, not a feature.
I call it a feature.
Well, thank you. I think so too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you know, if God's given you a gift, why not use it?
Right.
So, in terms of sort of like, so did you have a point where you were considering Catholicism?
Yes, absolutely. So when I went, basically, when I started through the book of Acts, and I just went forward chronologically, and every time there was a schism, I was like, okay, well, who changed? Right. So when you go through the Nestorian controversy or the Chalcedonian and the Miaphysite controversy, and then you keep on going through and you get to Roman Catholicism, and you see, wait a minute, there's the emergence of like many fake, fraudulent documents. Like, of course, that's going to get my attention right away. How did they use these fraudulent documents? Like, did they know that they were fake? Like, should they have known that they were fake? A lot of these documents, like the donation of Constantine, which is a obvious, like blatant fake, because it refers to the Patriarchate of Jerusalem back at the time of Emperor like Saint Constantine. There was no Patriarchate of Jerusalem at that time. It hadn't developed yet, right? So there was a period where it was taken over by like the pagan emperors prior to Constantine. But this was a blatant fraudulent document. So they absolutely should have known that this was a fraud, that it was fake, and they used it anyway. And if you look at a lot of the communications between East and West around that time of like where their differences are really manifesting during the Great Schism, they relied on these fraudulent documents a lot. So from that perspective, when I sat back and like really tried to analyze it, it wasn't just like Protestantism or Neo-Protestantism that was wrong. It seemed like all Western Christianity like today is based on false premises. And that's a big problem. So really, it was Eastern Orthodoxy that has the strongest claim to continuity to that church in the book of Acts that Christ established. And you see all of those same features today.
Yeah, exactly. So for people who are sort of in the Protestant camp, who are, you know, let's just sort of label them as Western Christians for the sake of argument, orthodoxy it can be extremely foreign. I mean, I think it would probably depend on who you speak to. If you're a high church Anglican, you'd see a lot of similarities, right? You know, I mean, if you go to, for instance, York Minster, right? So I'm originally from York in England. If you go to York Minster, you'll see icons, you know, dotted around it. They are used within Anglicanism, but your average sort of run-of-the-mill Baptist, you know, it will see orthodoxy as something very foreign. And so, was there anything, as you were sort of transitioning from sort of quote unquote Western Christianity over to Eastern Orthodoxy, was there anything that you found sort of hard in terms of like practices or like culturally that you sort of struggled to wrap your head around and sort of took a while to sort of unpick, or did it sort of come a bit more naturally for you?
Through God's providence, I have a few advantages in this area as well. So I grew up in a Romanian Pentecostal group, and there's a strong emphasis on the Romanian part. Like, we're very much encouraged to know the language. All of the services were in Romanian. All of the sermons were in Romanian. There were like huge controversies about whether the Romanian diaspora in America, like the Pentecostals, whether they should be doing worship songs, like their worship songs in English or in Romanian. Like, these are all like big controversial topics for them. So there's a big emphasis on that aspect of Romanian culture. And I think there are a lot of holdovers from Holy Orthodoxy that they're not quite aware of. For example, when I was growing up, the men and the women sat segregated, and the women were encouraged to have head coverings when they went to church, fasting prior to receiving the bread and grape juice, right? The pita and Welch's. That was encouraged too. Like, even though they saw it as a symbol, they knew that like this is something that is like important that you shouldn't take lightly. And a lot of these practices, as you know, are holdovers from Holy Orthodoxy. So there was a lot of I guess like cohesion in terms of like cultural ideas. The one thing is that the Romanian Pentecostals have seen the Romanian Orthodox as like their arch nemesis. And from the time I was a child, and like all of us, I think probably in my generation that grew up in the Romanian Pentecostal community, have been told over and over again the Orthodox are not real Christians. They have no praxis. Look at them smoking and drinking over there because like we are holy rollers. We don't smoke. We don't drink. Look at their idolatry and their necromancy. They're praying to dead people, So like for 20 odd years, this stuff has been like squeezed into my head. And it's not easy to overcome. I think a lot of people have that. But I think this is an area where God has gifted me and given me the strength to be able to detach myself from, the noise that is in my environment, to really just look at like, okay, let's just set out the timeline. Like, what things do we know for sure? And let's try to not act emotionally in light of these things, right? So, of course, like, venerating the icons, venerating the priest, right? To kiss the hand of the priest. Like, all this stuff was at first a bit triggering for, I think, anybody, right? Because here's the thing. If anybody out there is listening and inquiring and like struggling with this, let me tell you, everything that is new is going to feel a bit odd at first. And it's no different with Orthodoxy. Like, the things that would make you feel weird, I am willing to bet that it is based on a certain Western sensibility that you have. For example, if you travel to Japan, nobody has any qualms bowing to anybody else, and the Far East over there, and these things are really just cultural things. So you would expect to see like kissing, bowing, because Christianity, it is, Christ himself says salvation is of the Jews, right? So this should look like a Middle Eastern religion. There's something that is very ancient from that Mediterranean region. So yes, there are some things I think that a typical neo-Protestant, or the example you used, a Baptist who is going to a divine liturgy for his first time or inquiring, there are some things that may make you feel weird. That is normal. Everything that is new will make you feel weird. Just get out of your comfort zone a little bit and try to think about it logically instead of going off of your feelings.
Yes. Quite often the heart does go astray, and that's something that we have to wrestle with.
Yeah, and this is something I've emphasized on my channel too, that like, look, I'm not telling you to ignore every single instinct that you have about everybody. Like, God gave us emotions, and to a degree they are good. They inform us of things. But emotionalism, like you relying on emotions instead of the logical, rational faculty that God gave you, now that's a problem.
Yeah. So when you sort of on this path towards Orthodoxy, was it predominantly sort of just online research, or did you go to an Orthodox church to sort of start off with, and the sort of tied on to that next sort of question to that would be, what was it like setting foot into an Orthodox church for the first time?
So that's an excellent question. I don't think anybody's ever asked me that, but I think that methodology is probably similar to a lot of you guys watching that are converts or that are inquiring. At the beginning, it was a lot of, here is a 4 hour long Jay Dyer lecture. He has all of these books and citations. Let's buy all of the books and see if what he is saying is true, right? Which ended up in like me having to purchase a few more bookcases as well, because his work is like very well sourced. And then other apologists, of course, Seraphim Hamilton did amazing work. I mean, I know he's taking some time off because he's in seminary at this time, but his work greatly affected me as well. Of course, Craig Truglia, David Erhan, like these guys have been doing it for years. Orthodox Shahada. I hate whenever I start listing out things because I know I'm going to forget somebody at some point. But, there are apologists that have been doing this for years, and they have really good material out there. So a lot of it was, okay, let's not take everything at face value. Like, is it true that there are many different canon lists out there? Because that would be like a big problem. Because then the question of how do you know that the Protestant one is the right one for your sola scriptura doctrine? Now that critique has a lot more weight if it was a lot more indefinite than I was led to believe, right? So a lot of it was online research, buying books, reading the books for myself, not just taking people's words for it, but like really approaching it critically, because this is not something that I took lightly. There was an enormous social cost and I imagine for you as well, and for everybody watching, to converting to Holy Orthodoxy, especially like, probably not so much if you come from an atheist background, but an evangelical background or a Protestant background, enormous social cost. I had at that Baptist church that I was at, one of those pastors ended up calling numerous members of my family, like numerous friends. Like this is what he was doing with his day, Sam. This instead of counseling people, he's like, I'm going to call every single person this man knows and tell him, per Matthew 18, you have to treat him like an unbeliever, right? Anyway. That's enough with the therapy session. It was really an analysis of like what are the facts, like what can I know, what does the scholarship say, like what are the primary sources that we're working with, even with the canon issues, right? So we're looking at the Muratorian fragment, we're looking at these synods of Hippo and of Carthage and certain decrees from the Bishop of Rome at the time. We're looking at Trullo and other saints that have different canon lists, right? Verifying these things, going to primary sources so that I don't have to go back and do all this work again later, right? And when you look at it that way, it's like it ends up being a very pure inquiry, especially with the social cost attached to it. There was a line in Michael Welton's book, The Two Paths, when I was, comparing Holy Orthodoxy and Roman Catholicism, which it's a great secondary source if you guys are looking into it. And he has numerous citations pointing you to primary sources. But he says that his journey to Holy Orthodoxy was not being surrounded with like supportive people that were, welcoming him into the Orthodox Church. He said that for him and his wife, it was a lonely and painful journey, that they lost many friends. And at the end of the day, what they wanted more than that was to be faithful to Christ and to pursue what was true. They said, if anything, the fact that the journey was so difficult ensured that their intentions were pure. And when I look back at it, I'm so grateful to God that, there was some adversity in my way, because otherwise, if I was just doing what was convenient, then, I probably wouldn't have, this is going to sound a little evangelical, the assurance that I have today in Holy Orthodoxy.
Yeah. So when you first stepped into the church, like what's that feeling like for you?
Yes. At first, I was extremely anxious, which is weird because, I've been in front of federal judges, I've been in front of state judges, argued motions with like lawyers far more experienced than me. And I like to think that generally I am not so easily intimidated. But I wonder if it was because of all the head knowledge that I gained at that point. There was a point that I reached in my research where I was like, okay, there's only so much more that I can learn. Like I have reached the diminishing returns curve to where if my learning is going to continue at this rate, I have to actually go to an Orthodox church and see what it's all about.
Yeah.
So that's what I did. I ended up going to a Vespers, and because of my Romanian background, there were 2 Romanian parishes near me. So I just ended up going to, like, flip of the coin, ended up going to one of them. And at first, it was not a very welcoming experience. It was a Vespers. There were like 3 babushkas there, and the priest, Father Corneliu, was in a rush to make it to like another meeting afterwards, and I didn't even have a chance to sit down. And I was like, this is not the experience that I am used to at the evangelical churches, where everything is tailored to your sensibilities. And like, you drive into the parking lot and you have attendants that are waving at you and smiling at you, welcoming. At every step, you have somebody ushering you into the church. You have somebody opening the door for you, saying like, hey, thank you for coming to so-and-so independent Bible church today. You know, then you sit down, and then you have like this nice rock concert and the TED Talk, and it's like very nice. And why don't you greet everybody next to you with a handshake, you know, for that like all of the tropes that you get in evangelicalism.
Yeah.
And I realized like how much that is essentially marketing tactics, and is trying to remove every single barrier that anybody would have to going into the church. Yeah. And it wasn't that like, I'm sure there was, from my research, this idea that like, okay, well, hold on, this is real. Like, if the things that I have learned are true, then like God's divine counsel is here in this parish. This is not something that I should be taking lightly. And then that, combined with the lack of marketing tactics that you see in, you know, modern business churches today, you know, that is not that's not what you're going to get in Holy Orthodoxy. And it's very consistent if you sit back and think about it, because you are not supposed to go and change the church. You're not supposed to go and like add things to the church. The church changes you. The church is Christ's body. That's where we meet with our Savior, right? That's really, you know, we say church a lot because, you know, it seems that our Protestant evangelical friends, they don't have a doctrine of the church at all. But really, when we say that, we're talking about where we go to meet with Christ. And that's the bottom line, is meeting with Christ. So the first time I walked into the church, it was like, not all of the sparkles and pink fuzzies that I thought it would be. It was very reverent. It was very ancient. And like, these are the first impressions that I had right away, was like, dude, what did I just walk into? It was a candlelit Vespers. There was a chanter and the priest behind the iconostas. I think I was like 10 minutes late or something. And a few babushkas that were doing prostrations. And where... like, did I just walk in from the 21st century North America into, like, again, as James White said, the Byzantine Empire in the year like 800? Like, what is this? It did feel like I was going back in time to something that was like very old and very ancient, and that should be what you expect in the Christian church.
Yeah, for me, it was a little different. Because I mean, we all have our own individual experiences when we first encounter orthodoxy in person. When we go to a church, it's a very unique experience. And for me, I wrestled a lot with, you know, what path God wanted me to go down. So there was a time where I felt in my heart, I had sort of like the word of God on my heart, saying, look into the apostolic faith, and that it was the same sort of voice that I heard that got me out of atheism and into Christianity in the first place, into sort of non-denominationalism. And so it set me on this wild path, and I was discerning between Catholicism and Orthodoxy, and you know, setting up a prayer corner, getting a prayer book and stuff like that. And there was very much a lot of sort of, because of my own personal situation at the time, I couldn't travel, I couldn't go to the Orthodox Church, and so the first time I set foot in the Orthodox Church, I remember there was a section in the service when they did the Lord's Prayer, and they said, and the priest said, and now the Lord's Prayer, and then everyone said, Our Father, art in heaven, and then they said, and now in Romanian, and then this Romanian couple just started speaking in Romanian, and they said, and now in Cantonese, and this you know, wow, Chinese couple started speaking, and now in Slovakian, and now in Russian, and now in, in French, and it was all these people taking it in turns to read the Lord's Prayer in their own language. And I had literal chills, and it was in that moment where everything sort of just fell into place and just clicked. I was just like,
That's amazing. Wow.
This is the church that Christ established.
Yeah, that's incredible. For me, it was more like almost trepidation and fear in the healthy sense.
Yeah.
Like, again, like, what did I just walk into? And it was like very much a self-awareness of my vast inadequacy in the face of, my creator. And at the same time, like, he loves me nonetheless.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was very like, I did feel like pushed at a certain point, and not by like anybody but like something like you were talking about how you felt this like guidance that is maybe not from yourself. I too felt that sort of thing, like a bit of a tug towards holy orthodoxy.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say it's like people might say, Alex, like something possessed you, like, why are you so obsessed with this, and it's like, it's just it's just like a still small voice, the way that it's described with Elijah. And I think like, yeah, you hit it right, the nail right on the head with that. Yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah. I'm always in awe, especially now, because the church I originally went to, I don't attend. I go to a slightly different one, still the same sort of like area. But our services are predominantly in Greek. It's Greek Orthodox Church, and I find it's very humbling for me personally to be partaking in a service where I don't know what's being said. I don't speak Greek, right? But it's very humbling for me to experience a Greek liturgy and knowing in my mind that this is essentially the same language that the apostles wrote the Gospels in, that Paul preached in, that yes, it's not exactly the same. It's changed slightly over time, but in essence, it's the same, and
right.
it's unchanged. It's still so unbelievably reverent. And I think if you who are watching and you're a bit sort of anxious about attending a service where you don't know what's going to go on, I think it shows real endurance to go that extra mile and to endure a service. You don't know necessarily what on earth is going on, but you know that you are connecting to something ancient, something holy, something reverent and respectful, and you are attending it in a place where heaven touches earth. You are connecting with your Lord and Savior in the way that he intended us to. And so it doesn't matter what language it's in. You can just connect in however you are. And we as the Orthodox, we say, come and see and come as you are. We don't judge. Someone could walk in with swastika tattoos and a great big purple mohawk with a troubled past, and we'd still give them a handshake and a hello at coffee hour, make them sort of feel a bit more welcome. And I think that's sort of what I want to encourage people who might be sort of struggling with that aspect of do I try and find an English parish, or do I know there's a Greek one that's a bit much more closer, but I don't know about just go, just attend. You can work out the details later on. It doesn't matter about if you cross yourself in the right place or in the service or what have you. Just attend. Just go. Ask questions of the priest. That's what they're there for, is to serve the flock.
Yeah, I think maybe I had a certain luxury to spend time on like going through like primary sources and church fathers and historical sources and seeing what they have to say. Not everybody has that luxury. I would say you can certainly cut to the chase. If you just go to a divine liturgy, go to one of these services. Again, nobody's going to judge you. Nobody's expecting you to do anything. You show up with like shorts and flip-flops. You might get like a look from a babushka or two, but otherwise, like everybody is just glad that you are there, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, there is. I guess I should probably emphasize that a little more. Is that It was at first, like the intellectualism, the theology, the philosophy, that very much attracted me to Holy Orthodoxy, but it's not what kept me in Holy Orthodoxy at all. It's the life lived within Christ's body, his church. Like that's when, like you described, like this is something holy, this is something ancient, and that's what really convinced me to seek reception into the Orthodox Church, right? So,
Yeah.
and I was baptized on the Sunday of St. Peter and St. Paul. I told my spiritual father at the time, who I'd spent like a lot of time with by then, hey, I have these certain gifts and there's a conversation going online. I think I can contribute to it. Maybe not a whole lot, but, you know, an educational video here or there targeted towards, you know, my Protestant friends, explaining like my reasoning behind these things. Also, in full transparency, I got sick and tired of people sending me Gavin Ortland videos to dissuade me from Holy Orthodoxy. So in my mind, I was like, I would like to get if there was a video out there that I could just send right back to them and be like, stop sending me these. I already watched all of them. I am very familiar with all sides of this argument. Like, here, you watch this video. But that video didn't exist. So I had to, my idea was to go make it myself so that I could send it back to them and be like, here are my thoughts on this video. You watch this video. And thanks to God, I mean, it's been successful. People have found it helpful. And now I've had like a bunch of debate offers. And as a litigator, this is something that maybe it's a fleshly thing, but it's too hard for me to turn it down. I do enjoy verbal combat, but I'm very close to my spiritual father on all of these things. And if he got the sense that there was some improper purpose there, there is no doubt in my mind that he would send me a holy cease and desist from doing that kind of thing. But glory to God, it's been helpful to others. I've had probably not on the scale of other YouTubers, but at least in the hundreds of comments of hey, thank you so much for this video. This was very helpful. The way you explained this issue is very useful to me. And there are so many people that have done the work already, guys. You don't have to recreate the wheel, right? So if I could take my experience and my learning and synthesize that down for others in a way that is respectful of their time and their intelligence, providing the primary sources so that if they want to look it up themselves, they can. I think that is that is a value that people see. And now I'm here today. Yeah,
exactly. You obviously, you mentioned debates and things like that. You've been sort of gaining a traction in your debates recently. You've done quite a few. Have you got one coming up tomorrow? I think
I do. Yes, we were debating me and Kelly Powers from the Berean perspective. He is, I think, a neo-Protestant, more evangelical apologist. But we're going to be discussing the doctrine of sola scriptura, and I prepare for all of my debates in the same way I'd prepare for any oral argument in court or any sort of examination of a witness in civil litigation, for any kind of deposition or anything like that. So yes, I think if you guys tune in tomorrow, that'll be on Made by Jim Bob's channel, who's also another Orthodox apologist. I'm sorry if my cat is making too much noise here.
Oh, it's fine. I've got two cats myself, so I've just shut them out because I'm just no, because they will jump up and interrupt.
They're shameless. Yes, utterly shameless. But yes, I have a debate tomorrow, and that will be on Sola Scriptura on Jim Bob's channel. On July 11th, I also have a debate with a Lutheran pastor, who I have not really announced that one yet, but I guess you guys are getting the inside scoop here on Reason Belief. Lutheran pastor on whether Orthodoxy or Lutheranism is the true church.
There you go. Great stuff. Amazing. I love the insides, getting inside scoops and things. It makes me feel special.
Yes.
So you're I mean, you have just I just want to touch on something briefly that you and Cleve have you quite often partner up on streams and things like that. And I remember across his content, I was just like, oh, he's Orthodox. And this is when he was Protestant. I was just like, oh yeah, he's Orthodox. And then I found out that he was Protestant. I was just like, no, he'll become Orthodox. It was just something I had in my head. It was just a passing thought. I was just like, no, he'll become Orthodox.
Yeah, so I didn't have that strong of an inclination, but I did have like, I was listening to some of his shorts one day. He was still Protestant, and I was like, you know, he's wrong on a lot of this stuff, but he has a great sense of humor, and like he's a cool guy. Lo and behold, of course, now he becomes Orthodox shortly thereafter.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love your collaborations with Cleve. Cleve, if you're watching, we need to get you on the channel.
He's a good friend, honestly, and he reached out pretty early on. Like, I think the first guy was probably Cassian King from Barrel Aged Faith. I know that you've also had him on the channel. And then I got a shout out from Jay. I did a video covering his debate with Tim Gordon and kind of taking like the some of the more technical issues and trying to boil them down in a more digestible way. Because there's in that kind of high tier debate when you're talking about the doctrine of God connected to Thomist thought and Palamist thought, and there's a whole conversation and a subtext going on that if you're not aware of, like if Tim Gordon says he believes in created grace, and Jay responds and says you're a polytheist. Unless you're familiar with the debate between St. Gregory Palamas and Barlaam, that might sound a little like, how did he get there? Like, how do you get from created grace to polytheism? So it was just a video kind of connecting those dots for people. I got a shout out from Jay, but like immediately after that, I got a shout out from Cleve. He asked if I wanted to come on the channel and do an interview. And yeah, he was one of the first guys to reach out to me, and we've been like pretty close friends ever since. He has a heart of gold, that man. Good.
Can't wait to interview him in the future.
I'll put in a word.
Yeah, great stuff. Yeah, please do. I'm trying to badger him for ages, and it's just I just get lost in the DMs. Anyway, so debates. Obviously, you mentioned some of your debates you've got coming up. What if your opponents are watching and they want to sort of get a little bit of an inside scoop and, you know, get in your head a little bit? What's some of
you will lose.
Don't try it. I have the high ground.
I mean, you could try, you will not succeed. You will fail.
What do you see as some of the more common, like either like tactical sort of strategies or like logical sort of fallacies or errors, things like that your opponents tend to sort of stumble into the most?
So it depends on who you're talking to, but it's either one way, it's one extreme or the other. There's no golden path there. On one hand, you have obfuscation and abstractions into, you know, Aristotelian philosophy. Or I think this is demonstrated well in the debate recently between David Erhan and Agan, where Agan went down like what seemed to be a treasure trove of quotes for him. And it turns out that afterwards, not all of those quotes were actually represented properly. And probably 90 or 95% of what David presented in his opening was like not addressed, but it gave this appearance of expertise, which is just a form of like a hasty generalization fallacy. On the other end is hyper fixation and literalism on topics that are like not material. Right. So, for example, because it came up recently, head coverings is something that that Holy Orthodoxy sees the power that bishops have the power to bind and loose on. Like there are some conservative churches where you walk in, if you're not wearing a head covering, they will give you one. Right, like you will wear one there. If you're if you come in with pants as a woman, they will give you like a wraparound skirt or something. If you go in with shorts as a man, they will give you long pants, or they will kick you out, right? If you're wearing a hat as a man, they will tell you to take it off, right? There are other churches that, again, you know, if you're a newcomer and you show up with shorts and flip-flops, like the worst you'll get is probably a up down from a babushka or something. But this is like an example of where people get too hyper fixated on the trees and they're missing the forest. And this is where like paradigm level thinking and paradigm level apologetics, a worldview apologetics, is so important, because especially in Holy Orthodoxy, like, everything trickles down from our doctrine of God, basically. Like our soteriology comes from our understanding of anthropology, which comes from our understanding of Christology, which comes from our understanding of the Trinity. And there's like a hierarchy of theology in that sense, to where if you could show that there's an error higher up in the chain, then everything else after that kind of falls apart, right? So for Protestantism, that is sola scriptura, which is like a methodological critique, right, on the level of epistemology. For Holy Orthodoxy, the whole thing works as a unit. It's just one worldview. It's not like Protestantism, where you start with one like brute fact and then you try to build your worldview by piling up on top of it. So I think that error of not being able to see each worldview according to their own terms, that's the error like on the opposite end. So where they're getting too hyper literal of something like way down the chain, and they don't realize like, okay, I can concede that incense may have been a dicey issue at one point. That does nothing to debunk the worldview of Holy Orthodoxy. I can concede maybe that head coverings in the ante-Nicene period, perhaps, they may have been a dicey issue at one point, because otherwise, why would Tertullian have felt the need to write about it at all? Except that there were some women that, did it in a way that he didn't think was proper, right?
Yeah.
So, but these things are so further down the chain, they do nothing to dislodge Holy Orthodoxy, right? They could be contested issues. They could be controversial issues. It doesn't get them anywhere to talk about those things. In the same way that if you're going to obfuscate and be really abstract, like there's like a continuum, right, of like very abstract and very concrete. You want to take the worldview as a whole and like go down the middle, right? So I think those are like some of the errors that I see. As in terms of like technical heresies, ecumenism is like rampant. This is one that I encounter a lot that I've been thinking about, and it doesn't quite make sense. Like, how can you for 500 years between Lutherans and Calvinists have disputes about like what is the nature of the Eucharist and how does that tie into Christology, to the point where Lutherans are calling Calvinists Nestorians because they don't have a good doctrine of, in the Lutheran view, I'd say in the Orthodox view too, that Calvinists don't have a good doctrine of how Christ's attributes are communicated between his two natures. So the Calvinists kind of separate the communication of attributes between his two natures. The Lutherans call them Nestorians. How today can Jordan Cooper like call Reformed Dutch Reformed Christians like his fellow brothers in Christ? You've been calling them Nestorians for hundreds of years. Like, this doesn't make any sense. They have no hard boundaries to the church, and I think it's because their doctrine of the church is lacking. For our Roman Catholic friends, this is something they have to believe on the level of an ecumenical council, right? Like Vatican II, you have to believe Vatican II, Roman Catholics. This is not an option for you. You have to believe that. Now you have institutionalized ecumenism to like very drastic degrees, to the point where even Muslims, in their view, are worshiping the same God together with them, is the language that's used in Nostra Aetate. So that's like a huge error. Sola Scriptura, this is like the root of many Protestant errors. And like worldview apologetics and a systemic level paradigm thinking, it's like atheism falls apart very quickly based off like certain like basic epistemological critiques. I never really saw atheism as a valid option. It had to be some form of theism, and had to be some form of the Trinity because of philosophical problems like the one and the many. And that boils it down basically to any Christian group, and the one that is the one founded by Christ is the Holy Orthodox Church.
Yeah. Great. Debates can often go into sort of like that sort of prideful nature. I think there's always that danger of the swelling of pride within yourself as an individual, like, oh yeah, I crushed that guy in the debate, and then your ego sort of gets away from you, and it's sort of that slow spiral. And how do you balance that as an Orthodox Christian? How do you quash that? How do you sort of stay on the humble path?
I have a very apt Bible verse for this.
Okay.
Give me one moment here.
Go for
it. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Because, I mean, what kind of apologist would I be if I didn't bring up the sacred scriptures, which, yes, Protestants, they have pride of place in the Orthodox Church. We do believe the Bible. So, on one end, we have the error of pietism, where we force humility, and that it's not like a real thing, right? That is just for show. On the other hand, there's the error in the opposite direction, which is just utter arrogance and not realizing that there are authorities over you and that there is a God over you as well. He's over everything. But there is something like so funny, I think, about Numbers 12:3, where like we know Moses is writing this, and it says, "Now the man Moses was very humble, more so than any man on the face of the earth." Right? And like maybe you could argue, oh, there was some editor that came in later. Okay, the authorship of Numbers is attributed to Moses, right? If you take like the traditional view, Moses is saying that he is very humble, and there's something so funny, like ironic about it, because on one end, would a humble person talk about how they are the most humble, more so than any man on the face of the earth? All right, that would be like the typical critique. However, on the other hand, there is the danger of a false pietism, to where you're going to go around and like people will say, "Oh, well, Sam, you're so humble," like what? And you're like, "Oh, no, I am not humble. I am not humble at all." And that's false piety, right? Because at a certain point, you do have to acknowledge, like, yes, of course, because you don't want to go and be very self-deprecatory, because that's another error in the other direction, right? So if somebody says you have a talent, right, the proper response is, "Thank you for the compliment. Glory to God." You know, that's what the proper, not like, "Oh no, I don't have any talents. I'm horrible at everything." You know, there's like, yes, by the grace of God, I am what I am. Like, glory to God if he uses me to say something, right? But Moses here is humble enough to admit that he is very humble, right? And this is like something that we don't want to go on one end or the other and say that, like, "Oh, I'm not humble at all. I'm the very worst." You know, there's like a certain moral value to that, but you have to mean it and you have to be genuine. And might I just say, unless you are a monastic, you don't really know what that, like the full extent of that, what that means. And I think as Orthodox Christians, we're in a very privileged position because we have the tradition that you see in 1 Corinthians of a spiritual father that you have to obey per Hebrews 13:17, because he will account for your soul. So there's, on one end, we don't want to be fake. And if somebody says, "Hey, good job in that debate, you have a talent for it," you don't want to be fake about that and be like, no, I'm horrible at debates or whatever. Like, but thank you. You know, that's fake. You don't want to do that. You also don't want to be like
the Trump impersonation. No.
I didn't do well. Look at China.
It's just God working through me. Yeah, but then again, you don't want to say, "Yes, I destroyed that guy. It was just me. You guys don't know because you guys didn't put in the hard work. You guys didn't do the readings. You guys don't know anything," right? We want to avoid that too. And the way we do that is through having a spiritual father that you check in with regularly, that you go to confession regularly, the sacraments, that you're participating in the life of the church. And we have a system of checks and balances on that already. So if somebody's criticizing Jay because he said a certain 4-letter word, or somebody's criticizing Cleve because he's talking about the Roman Catholic news or something, I don't have to worry about that. They have priests. I am not going to put myself in the position of their priest. That is insulting to their priest, right? Jay is under his spiritual father's care. Cleve is under his priest's care. He's not under my care. It's not my job to do that. I'm not going to go usurp the role of their priest. So in Holy Orthodoxy, although I think we've been the recipient of a lot of criticism these days, they don't realize the structures that we do have in place that we can trust to keep us in check on these things. And if we are not in a state where we are, I'll say this: if you're receiving the Eucharist regularly, you're probably okay, because your spiritual father, if you're fit to receive the body and blood of Christ, I think you're probably okay with online rhetoric.
Yeah, exactly. When you're debating a Protestant or maybe even a Roman Catholic, what's your sort of foundational sort of, what's the word I'm looking for, premise that you try and get them to question first, rather than just sort of just saying, well, have Acts 5:12 or Romans 3:11 or whatever, sort of the battle of the Bible verses?
Well, I think this might sound a little at the risk of sounding slightly distasteful. It's like you even see this principle in sales that if somebody doesn't want, if they're not in the market, you shouldn't be trying to sell this person on something. So I'm not going around trying to shove Holy Orthodoxy down people's throats or anything, but if a Protestant calls in or a Roman Catholic, I could be better at this. But I think if you just go through some of the calls that I do on the call-in stream, I tried to measure whether they are even open to receiving Holy Orthodoxy in the first place, right? Are they here to just try to get a clip and to argue for the sake of arguing? Or are they actually here with a good faith question? And sometimes, they're there to argue in good faith, and that's good. But the first thing I usually look for is what state is this person's heart in? If I grant them all of their arguments, what then? What do they stand for? Do you really believe in your church? Should I join your church? Right? If I grant you everything logically, what are you going to tell me to do? Right? So I think that's an important inquiry. Then I like to go to the doctrine of the church for our Protestant friends, because like I said, I think historical Protestants have slightly better standing than American evangelicals, but I think the fundamental problems are still there of the doctrine of the right of private judgment. The marks of the church seem to be, in my mind, Calvin's and Luther's marks of the church seem to be self-defeating. They don't meet their own standards of what a true church means. So I just like to hammer in the doctrine of the church. And like I said at the beginning of the stream, specifically the promises that we have in the sacred scriptures, because they hold them as authoritative, they respect them. They probably have improper views of the sacred scriptures, because they, as we saw recently, they like to add divine attributes to the Bible and talk about the Bible as if it's this fourth member of the Trinity. We saw that recently in Jay's debate with IFB pastor Shelley. And that's too much veneration. We bow to the gospel book and we kiss the gospel book. We don't think it's God, it's a book, right? It has pride of place because it's divinely inspired. The authors are divinely inspired by the Holy Spirit. But there is a point where it goes too far, and that point is when you say that it is God, right? So I'd like to hammer the doctrine of the church. For Roman Catholics, I think the logical route, continuity, fraud, what are you going to do with all these problems? Even with some of your greatest theologians are premised on these false documents. But the intellectual part is important. I think for Roman Catholics to get their heart invested in the issue, probably talking about early church sacraments, pedo communion, chrismation immediately after baptism, even for babies. Right? Why are you robbing this child of the full life of the church? Right? That's they are a Christian because you are a Christian. Your children will be Christian. This promise is for you and your children. Right? So I think arguing from sacramentology is that's how you approach the heart of a Roman Catholic. There are plenty of arguments that have been fleshed out to change their minds. But for both Protestants and Roman Catholics, I think like their priorities are, we want to be the first century church. Like, that's a good priority to have. If we can show them that, and the approach will differ with each person. Somebody needs a harsher word. Somebody needs a more loving, graceful approach, right? Like me, I needed somebody to, like, metaphorically, just grab me by my lapels and be like, Alex, your worldview is stupid. It's bad. Like, it's horrible. It's indefensible. You need to change your view. That doesn't work with all people. So, I mean, sometimes, like, I mean, you brought up the supposed ortho bro problem with like improper rhetoric on the internet. But some people need harsh rhetoric.
Yeah.
Me being one of them. So yeah, I think we need to aim for the heart and the minds of these people. And this is something that I'm tailoring more, because that's one of the parts of my approach that changed. I'm not arguing with judges and attorneys here. These are normal people, right? That their main concern is not always continuity. That may just be a concern, but you have to speak to their hearts as well.
Yeah, I think for me, recently, seeing, I mean, I personally didn't realize this until I sort of saw some of the documents about with Catholicism about withholding the Eucharist from people who can't understand.
It's horrible.
What food is and things like that. I mean, I personally, I work with people who have learning disabilities, and we help support them in sort of like learning, how to, live life independently, how to, and to put into work and things. And to hear that broke my heart, because these people are just in need of, God's love and mercy, the body of Christ, just as much as the next person. And to deny someone that, I think, for me, experiencing what I've experienced, dealing with some of these people who have very complex neurological issues, it's
unconscionable.
Yeah, it's
disgusting. Yeah, like, how could you even conceive of such a thing? Yeah, I agree with you. So yeah, I think like that pedo communion route, and like integrating like your children into the life of the church. There's a church that still does that. It's not the Roman Catholic Church. It's not the Protestant Church. At the very least, it's not the evangelicals, or those that deny infant baptism. Like, maybe you could make an argument for the Dutch Reformed, or the Presbyterians or the Lutherans for baptizing babies. And I think some Methodists do that too. But like, by and large, Baptists, American evangelicals, Pentecostals, they're believers baptism. There is no reason to exclude your children from Christ's body. You want them included and integrated in Christ's body. And like you were talking about as well, Sam, those who have like an intellectual handicap or something, like, why would we deprive these people from the body and blood of Christ? It's unconscionable. I mean, it's such a horrible policy.
It almost stoops to the level of, because these people can't understand the difference between food and the Eucharist and things like that. It's almost as if like it makes what they receive not the Eucharist, if that makes sense. If they can't make the distinction.
Yeah, that's odd. It's like a reverse Donatism in a way, where it's not like the piety of the clergy, but somehow if the recipient does it, that puts us all in a very precarious position, though, doesn't it? Because really, who understands fully what is going on in the Eucharist? Yeah. Like, it's a mystery for a reason.
That's one of the beauties of the Orthodox Church, for me anyway, is the mysteries of it. Is we don't need. And this is really difficult for me, coming from a Western background, very intellectual, needing to understand every nuance and then explain everything, and have an argument for everything, and have it all laid out. And seeing the way Eastern Orthodox, does things with the Orthodox phronema and that specific mindset, it's so wildly different, and how a lot of what we have in the church and what we know in the church, etc., we say it's a mystery. We leave it to God. And we don't try and push and try and over explain and over rationalize, which I think, for me personally, not to put down any Catholics who might be watching, but for me personally, is something that I see is a problem within Catholicism, is the over explanation of everything, is the over analyzing of needing to get every little nuance and every dig out every little detail and fully lay everything bare and understand exactly what happens within the Eucharist and how it it changes in this form but not in this form, and that's because of this. And it's almost like you're plugging different bits of Legos together from different Lego sets trying to make something else. And it's, for me, I would much rather not worry about straying into heresy and be happy with saying, I leave it to God. Only God knows the true answer to this. I'm not even going to bother.
That's spot on. I think you hit the nail right on the head there. And I think like intellectual humility is very, some people might disagree, but it is very important to me. Like nobody is going to know everything. Even in law practice, we recognize that your arguments and your presentations are a collaborative effort. There will always be somebody out there who knows something that you don't know. There will always be somebody out there who can word something better than you can. There will always be somebody out there who can present the case better than you can. And you need to be open to feedback from these people. And that requires intellectual humility. I do not see that generally, I do not see that in Western Christianity. It's on one end where it's extremely hyper-rational, or the other end where there is no respect for intellectual rigor at all. And then where does that get you? You end up in these excesses in the New Apostolic Reformation where you're on the ground on all four barking like a dog, and apparently this is like in their minds honorable, like proper worship to God. It's ridiculous. So like when I came across apophaticism, and that like this is a foundational principle to Orthodox theology, and I saw how that played out in the doctrine of God, in the mysteries, I was just left thinking, oh, okay, so the intellectual humility, it is a virtue that you strive for, but it's much more than that in Holy Orthodoxy. It's built in to the worldview already.
Yeah.
You can't escape it. It's in the apophatic approach to theology, where we already, off the bat, like one of our presuppositions is we will not understand everything. And there are some places where we ought not to go. That reminds me of St. Gregory Nazianzus, a theologian of the church. His writings held in such high regard. In his first, I think it's his first two theological orations, he talks about who should and should not do theology, and when you should and when you should not do theology. And his conclusion is almost all people should not do theology. And even the people that should, they should do it only in certain circumstances, which is to defeat the enemies that rise up against Christ's body, the church. So I think in this online age, when there are so many sects and so many enemies that are fighting against God's church in the Holy Orthodox Church, like you should expect to see more apologists than ever. However, as soon as we gain success, this is not a pursuit in and of itself, right? We do apologetics to bring people into the church. So again, it always boils down to just the living the life of the church, like living this Orthodox Christian life hand in hand with Christ and our spiritual father and the community.
Yeah. And speaking of quotes as well, this is something that I'm noticing more and more, is the Protestant side is definitely, you can definitely feel that they're getting rattled. You can feel that there's been a big shift now, from shifting from maybe focusing on scriptural exposition, or focusing on Islam or things like that. Now they're focusing on Catholicism, and even more so now Orthodoxy. It's really massively gaining traction within a lot. I mean, there was that Protestant conference in quotes, if you can call it that.
Yes, online conference, or
Yeah.
I think I've heard some funny characterizations of it, like the Neo-Protestant online ecumenical council of 2026, right?
Yeah.
And you have although the attendees, like the speakers, they don't agree with each other. Like they wouldn't, like Ryan from Need God is, I think, probably comparable to a free grace type of view, and you have Joshua Shuping, an apostate from the Holy Orthodox Church who joined the Lutheran Church. They cannot see each other as Christians. Shuping cannot, according to the confessions that he signs onto, cannot recognize that Ryan is a Christian. So that's funny you brought that up, because it shows, you're right, that they're on defense, that they have they also have like fatal disagreements on their own side.
But it's not just that, it's the fact that they're playing dirty, is that they are actively they're making up quotes. And this is the thing, is that Ryan, right, has been called out, I think 3 times now, for making up quotes from imaginary sources from, you know, somewhere. And how he's not being, like, how that's not having a knockback effect on him bewilders me. Because anyone who is respectable within the online Christian, you know, YouTube sphere, what have you, if you present an argument and you're shown to have used an erroneous source, and, you know, once you could probably say it was an accident, you know, maybe you saw something in a book or, you know, an online quote or something like that misquoted it, maybe it was attributed to a different person or what have you, and it didn't quite say that, whatever, right? But to continually do it, that's just really dishonest. And it sort of goes to the fact that he's that desperate to stop people leaving his branch of Christianity, or even Protestantism in general, and going to Catholicism or Orthodoxy, that he's willing to make up quotes by saints that support his worldview, is really dishonest. And I've had interactions on email with Ryan before. I mean, a little while ago, I put the receipts up on Twitter, and Sam Shamoon wanted to have a moderated discussion with Ryan, and I said I would moderate it, and Sam said, yeah, great, reach out to him, let's organize it. And I reached out to him, I said, hey, you know, really cordial, I'll be a neutral moderator, I'm happy I'll just make sure no one's sort of yelling at each other.
Yeah, Sam's Roman Catholic, and Ryan is more like free grace, evangelical, whatever. You don't have a bone to pick with either of them, right? As an Orthodox Christian. Yeah,
exactly. And I said, look, you know, these are the rules. This is what we're going to follow. This is sort of, you know, it won't be a debate. It will be sort of just a moderated discussion. But I'll make sure no one slanders or does anything nasty or things like that. And he literally wrote me back an email, and he said, I won't be appearing on your channel because you favor Sam on your channel. You've had him on your channel before, and you've shown favoritism to it.
I would compare that sort of reasoning to like a wet towel or something. It's just very, very sloppy.
Yeah. Exactly.
And the thing is, if you are so convinced and persuaded that like you are correct, why wouldn't you want to take on Sam Shamoon? And fine, let's. I mean, I think he's wrong. I think you would do a great job moderating that discussion. But let's grant it to him that maybe you are slightly biased towards Sam. Wouldn't that only help you, Ryan, to get across your message? Don't you want also Sam to hear what you have to say? And don't you have a high enough view of your audience that they would see if there is some improper bias going on? Like, it is like a constant undermining of their own viewers. It is really disrespectful to their own view. And I'm glad you brought this up, honestly, because like Ryan, I called into Kelly Power's stream once to just have a discussion. They had like Ryan from Need God was on there, and also Bible in Context. I forgot his IRL name. A Bible in Context was there. We were discussing the Eucharist and the real presence in the Eucharist. What does the Bible teach? And of course, me in my legal mind, I'm thinking about continuity, precedent. How did the earliest Christians understand passages like John 6 or 1 Corinthians 10 or 1 Corinthians 11? And St. Justin Martyr is like very clear. Like he's accused of, like Christians are accused of cannibalism. And St. Justin's defense is, what we received is that this is the body and blood of Christ. He basically, like, he doesn't mince any words on that. So they're gonna, and that view doesn't change until Zwingli, more or less. Zwingli is the first one who comes and really expresses that view. But Ryan, in response to what I was saying, pulled up a very questionable quote from Augustine, trying to say that the blessed Saint Augustine is a memorialist, and I wasn't familiar with the quote. So, one of the things I try to do to not get in trouble is to not talk about things if I don't know about them, or to not talk about his sorts if I'm not familiar with it. But I went to look for the quote after, because on its face, it seemed suspect to me. I couldn't find it anywhere. I reached out to one of my Roman Catholic friends. I reached out to Kevin from Since 33 AD, because I know he's like very knowledgeable about just like these vast amounts of texts in general and like the Latin. So I go to, he says, I cannot find this. In my opinion, this is a spurious quote or a misattribution or something. It turns out it was a horrible rephrasing of a quote from Thomas Aquinas, who in the sentence immediately before said that this view has not appeared until my days. And the guy who had this memorialist view repented and assumed the proper view. So we see like the earliest record of this view being in the days of Thomas Aquinas, and the guy admitted that he was wrong. So that's there was also the instances, I think 2 instances with William Albrecht, where Ryan was seen using like false, fake, misattributed quotes. Anthony Rogers was also on that 9-hour panel of evangelical, or they're not all evangelical, of I guess pan-Protestant apologists, who the very first quote that he used in his presentation was from a schismatic source. It was from GOC. It was from a schismatic document. Not only that, internally, it was an internal citation in that document. So the GOC document was citing another document saying this document is not our view. And that's what Anthony Rogers quoted to say that it is our view. So there's this like and also Anthony Rogers has quoted Pelagius, pseudo Jerome sometimes. Like there's a history where he was assumed to be Jerome. I think today there's like vast consensus that it's Pelagius, and tried to pass it off as authentic teaching of Saint Jerome. Perry Robinson called him out on this. Anthony Rogers never went and made the correction, never acknowledged that he made a mistake. And this is not intellectual humility. This is pride. And like you said, it's also like desperation. Like they are grasping at straws. It shows like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I don't know if you noticed as well during Ryan's presentation, I think I picked up on this, is the fact he's when he puts quotes up on a screen, they may be correct and he uses them to support his worldview, but he cuts off portions of quotes. He uses very select portions. But if you simply read on from that point in the even just in the same sentence, it completely goes against his view. And again, it just sort of, it shows that he's not being honest. He's not saying, it says this, but it also says this in this quote. So how do we differentiate, this view from this view, etc.? How do we come to my conclusion? And going about it that way. Why feel the need to alter, or chop and change quotes, or have a very sort of put the blinders on, when you're quoting, I mean, if you did that in a courtroom,
you'd be torn to shreds. It would be so like, and within seconds, not only by the judge, by the lawyer on the other side, because they are looking for these things. But you wouldn't last even a few seconds.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is that you can't quote, like I get it. You're not going to quote the whole document. You're going to quote the relevant portion, right? But it's when you are mischaracterizing a document, when you take something from Saint Augustine, that is supposedly from the blessed Saint Augustine. It's not, but he's saying that it is, and you're using this to say that the blessed Saint Augustine thought that a memorialist view of the Eucharist was acceptable. That's ridiculous. He does not teach that. That's insane. He would say to submit to your bishop, who believes that the elements in the Eucharist are the body and blood of Christ, right? But I think there's like a deeper issue when it comes to these false quotes, which is just laziness, sloppiness, disrespect for their audience, because they do not have a high view of their listeners. They do not believe that their listeners will go and actually follow up on these quotes, because if they did, they would take more care to make sure that they are not mischaracterizing them, that they're not using. We could call it like the ellipses fallacy, right? Like there'll be a part of a quote and then 3 dots, just excluding everything that does not help them, and then a few more words, and then they try to present it as saying something that it's actually not. And that is recklessness, and it's malicious, really. And it's disrespectful not only to your opponents, and to your earlier point, why are they still being platformed? Guys, why are you platforming these people? They are dishonest. This is not good, just in terms of basic scholarship, basic argumentation, right? This is bad. They are using false quotes. If you use a fake case in the court of law, you're going to be disciplined, either by your bar association, by a judge. They're going to sanction you in some way. But you're either going to have to pay a fee, you're going to be suspended from practicing for a while. Why do we have lower standards when it comes to the church, or the Christian, the broader pan-Protestant Christian community? Yeah. This is 1 Corinthians 6, right? Don't you know you will judge angels? Why are you going to, we should have higher standards than secular powers in courts.
I would even argue that it's predatory. They are relying on the gullibleness and the willingness of their audience to just lap up everything that they say. They have an established audience. They're just like, oh yeah, we love Ryan from negod.net. Oh, he's so cool. Check it with the Bible, yo. Look at my Perry the Platypus, right? And they just, oh, he's put up quotes. He's done the research. Oh yeah. Oh, num. And it's taking the audience for fools. You are purposely deceiving people who might have genuine, honest, and faithful intentions about serving God in the entirety of their lives. That individual may, serve in a soup kitchen and, donate to the home, and take care, looking after the poor, the needy, hungry, as Christ commands us to. And that person might be on a path towards orthodoxy, but if you're going to be dishonest and because they like you as a content creator, and they see, oh, well, he's put up a quote, so he must have done the research, so I'm just going to take it based on what he says, and it's predatory to me.
Yeah, it's a violation of their trust. Yeah, and I've had the privilege of developing a rather close working relationship with a scholar and Orthodox priest, Father Stephen DeYoung. Very smart man, very well read. And I mean, he's also shocked by this. These are people that ought to know better, especially I'm not sure what formal training Ryan has, but Anthony Rogers is held in high regard by his denomination. I think it's PCA. As a Presbyterian, he made basic blunders and mistakes that he should not be making. And I mean, going back with Father Stephen on this, who is very well educated on the Reformed tradition, having gone to, in America, the top Calvinist seminary, and getting his MDiv there, he is very disappointed with the presentation that they presented. It's you're right. It tells something about their character. And look, I'm the first one to say that we shouldn't judge people's hearts. But at one point, people's actions speak so loudly that you can't ignore it. How do you know somebody's heart? They tell you, right? That's one exception to the rule where no, I don't know your heart. If somebody's telling you, no, I am lying to you and I will continue lying to you. Look at all these lies that I'm doing. Here, I'm still doing it. They're telling you something, right? And I think that's exactly what we see with the pan-Protestant apologetic against Orthodoxy today. It's desperate. It's dishonest. They have nothing left, and they're basically, we got them on the ropes. And this is where I think that as Orthodox apologists, this is a time to, with love, to push and to not back down. Because although we're seeing success in the virtual world on the internet, the point is for this to manifest in the real world. And that's going to take a little more time and a little bit more of a push from our end. So again, our motivation should not be some material gain at all. If God grants to us, at the very least, something to sustain ourselves with by going into full-time ministry, great. If that's his will, fine. If not, I'm content being a tent maker like Paul, But at the end of the day, this work is for God and his kingdom. This is something we have to take seriously. We have to approach scholarship seriously. When it comes to research, I'm very traditional. I think you get note cards and you get physical books. and then you write down the quotes and you write down the source, and then you put that on a PowerPoint slide. I'm not opposed to AI as a tool, but AI does not do research for you. It can tell you where to go look. It can help you like structure your ideas. But I think this is, again, another error that we see with our young, zealous converts, that they'll just go to ChatGPT or something and say, what father teaches that? Are there any fathers that teach this? Like, does this father, can I make an argument for this? Do I have patristic support for it? And then they end up having some absurd position. Your orthodoxy comes from your spiritual father, from your priest. This is not something that you build up on your own. This is something that is received, passed down from generation to generation. So you know that now. I'm just speaking to the audience, I guess, to the listeners.
Let's sort of talking about sort of Protestantism. Let's talk about heresies. It's very common, really common, especially if you go on TikTok. My word, of people descending into various sort of, like descending into modalism to try and, describe the Trinity, partialism and things like that. And, what do you see most often? Like which sort of ancient sort of historical heresy do you see spring up more currently? It might have a different branding, but what's the most common heresy you'd see, would you say, at the moment?
I think broadly on this topic, I guess I'll start broad and then I'll get more narrow. There is like a Dunning-Kruger problem. Is that people think that because they are familiar with a topic, that makes them qualified to comment on a topic, right? This is why I like my emphasis on like many primary sources, on talking to actual experts, talking to a spiritual father, to various priests, scholars. This is very important because you need to have an informed view on this, right? And like I have not held myself out as an expert. Like what I'm doing in apologetics is the same thing I do in law. I have a client, the Orthodox Church. The best way to represent your client and to know what their case is to talk to them. So I go and I talk to Orthodox priests. I talk to Orthodox scholars. I read the primary sources. I go back to the priests and the scholars. Am I understanding this correctly? Okay, now I'm going to present the case on behalf of my client, right? But there are a lot of people that are just vaguely familiar and do not have this process, or maybe they don't have the privilege to go back and forth with some experts. That's fine. St. Paul addresses this. Not all will be apostles. Not all will be prophets. Not all will be teachers. We know in part and we prophesy in part. But there will come a time when God restores all things, and then, we won't need teachers and prophets anymore because we'll have direct experience with our Lord in the eschaton. That said, I think, like, technically and formally, there are what heresy hasn't been reintroduced, right? I think like at the foundation of it is two main errors: sola scriptura and sola patristica. You see, even with the Arian crisis, even in the scriptures, St. Paul says that, or St. Peter says that St. Paul's writings are hard to understand. And that's not what I think, like, obviously that's an important part of that verse, but I think the most important part of that passage is that he says, some twist the scriptures to their own destruction. And we see people doing that all over today on TikTok, on YouTube, on Instagram, where they take the scriptures and they twist them to their own destruction, and worse now because they can get their message out to many people because of the social media, to the destruction of others as well. It's like very dangerous, right? We shouldn't try to be teachers or to hold ourselves out as teachers, because then you're held to a higher standard, right? You have to give an account for those that you've caused to stumble. So I think like fundamentally there's like that sola scriptura problem, also sola patristica, which is a term coined by Father Deacon Ananias, where there are people that realize, oh, okay, well, we need some form of historical continuity. Like there are certain strengths to historical Christianity, and they want to integrate that, but they hold on to their Protestant methodology, to where instead of submitting themselves to the church and the leaders of the church to have this knowledge about God, like dogmatics, something received from the church, they go and they try to reconstruct it on their own by reading the Holy Fathers with, you know, I mean, we got to acknowledge that most of the translations into English are done by Protestants. And I think this is something that Orthodox seminaries are aware of and that are fixing, like St. Vladimir's Seminary Press. I think they're aware of this. They're producing translations. There are other Orthodox translations coming out. But until then, we have to be very cautious, especially about going and reading the Holy Fathers on your own. We do not believe in that as Orthodox Christians. We believe that you are guided by a spiritual father. They will help you understand the Holy Fathers in the light that you ought to, because this is not an easy thing to understand. Dogmatics are a hard thing to understand. For example, you have, this is not controversial, this is a matter of fact, that many theologians in the Slavic countries, like after the fall of Constantinople up to maybe the late 1800s, early 1900s, were greatly influenced by, at first, Roman Catholic theologians and then Lutheran theologians. And while many of them were Orthodox, and like all the saints are Orthodox, but like these Russian theologians and Ukrainian theologians, Moldavian theologians, they use the language that Lutherans and Roman Catholics are using instead of like the traditional, like, although the concepts they're talking about are the same, they're not using the traditional language used by the Holy Fathers. And Saint Nicodemus, the Hagiorite, was aware of this. Soon to be Saint Seraphim Rose was aware of this. Like, this is not controversial. So if you're going to go through and read the Holy Fathers on your own, you have to be aware that, look, there's a hierarchy of authorities. The 7 ecumenical councils of the first 1,000 years, they have a special place in the Orthodox Church. So if we're talking about soteriology, the anthropology of St. Maximus the Confessor, that is the anthropology of the Holy Orthodox Church that was accepted by the 7th Ecumenical Council. If somebody later on explains Orthodox anthropology in terms that seem to conflict with what is adopted at the 6th Ecumenical Council, then you're going to have to go with the 6th Ecumenical Council. I'm sorry. And people don't understand how this hierarchy of authorities works. And I think this is where I have probably the most advantage over other apologists. This works very similarly to the American legal system, right? If you're going to try to understand what American law says about freedom of speech, you're not going to start with a lowly trial court in the state of whatever, Arkansas. No, you start with the Supreme Court of the United States. They have the most binding authoritative decisions. The decisions of every single other court, you have to see through the light of those decisions that the Supreme Court does. So again, like, if you're understanding Orthodox theology, you have to see it through the lens of the sacred scriptures and the dogmas of the 7 ecumenical councils. And if, like, the way you're reading the scriptures conflicts with those dogmas, then you did something wrong. If the way you're reading later saints conflicts with the sacred scriptures, if it conflicts with the dogmas of the 7 ecumenical councils, you are reading them wrong. You are making an error somewhere. And this is why this is not a faith that you build up by yourself. This is something that you receive from a spiritual father. So sorry, that was a bit of a rant. Feel free to, like, rail me in sometimes. I tend to yap a little bit sometimes, but I think it's an important point. Orthodoxy is not something that you construct on your own by going and rebuilding the faith by reading the Holy Fathers. It is something you inherit from your bishop, from your spiritual father, from your priest. We have authorities in the Orthodox Church. You don't go out and do things on your own. I'm sorry. This is something I think people need to hear.
Exactly. And just sort of talking about, you mentioned obviously Sola Scriptura. I think oftentimes
deviated a bit from your original question there.
No.
Sola Patristica, Sola Scriptura. These are the foundations of, like, many heresies that you see on the internet.
Yeah, I mean, I was moving on to another question because I thought it was an answer. But Sola Scriptura obviously is one of the 5 pillars of Protestantism. How do we as Orthodox approach, someone who's Protestant, in a more sensitive way, as opposed to sort of going guns blazing, which, Jay Dyer has, his way of doing things. Cleve has his way of doing things. Father Peter Heers is his way of doing things. You have your way of doing things. If we're to, talk to someone who might be a colleague, for instance, at a workplace, and they're asking you about orthodoxy, and then we talk about sola scriptura, how can we foster that sort of I don't want to phrase it in this way because it sounds really crass and horrible, but when a dog's really suffering and you take it to the vet and you put it down,
you got to put it out of its misery.
Yeah,
sometimes.
Exactly. Yeah. How do we do that in kindness? How can you see that manifesting? How can we learn from what's come before and taking it forward?
Yeah, I think it's thanks to God that you can go online and get Orthodox views with people with many different approaches, right? And I think ideally you'd be able to get, as for lack of a better term, like whatever flavor you're looking for, right? Like, I think, of course, Jay is like the top guy, the most popular guy. Like, of course, like we're not beating around the bush or anything. Also, great guy. I've talked to him numerous times. Like he's very generous. But again, he's not everybody's flavor. Same thing with like I will bring a slightly different approach. Cleve will bring a slightly different approach. I think like of course the intellectual things are important, and sometimes the most kind thing to do is a harsh word. But I don't think that is the general. That shouldn't be your go-to approach. I think that if we're going to speak to the heart of our Protestant friends, neo-Protestant, Protestant, evangelical, whatever category, is to recognize that they do value a lot of the right things. Like they do hold the sacred scriptures in very high regard, like almost to a fault.
Yeah.
For many, it is to a fault, right? That is a good thing that they love the Bible. They want to be the first century church. They want to be that church that they see in the book of Acts. That is a very good thing. They should be prioritizing that. I think as Orthodox Christians, especially apologetics, this is not just for Orthodox apologists. Also, this is like from all sides. Like we have to speak to their minds and to their hearts. This is something I could do better at. If you look at, I think somebody who is a particularly good example of this is Father Stephen. I think he's very aware of balancing the pastoral and intellectual needs, demands that there are in apologetics. But I think, like me personally, I could probably keep in mind that heart aspect a little more, and it's something I want to grow in. But yes, they prioritize a lot of the correct things. They want to be that first century church. They love the scriptures, and I think if we can approach it from that angle, like what are our common starting points, right? Okay, you love the Bible. What does the Bible have to say about this? And by the way, why are you using it in the first place? You trust the people that put it together? Well, let me tell you what else those people believed, right? They believed in a succession of judicial authorities from the apostles to forever, that it would never end, right? The church is eternal into the future. That we don't stop being a member of the church at any time. What did the very first Christians believe? How did the very first Christians understand the writings of St. Paul and of the apostles? And how did Saint Justin Martyr, Saint Hippolytus, Clement of Rome, how did they understand the scriptures? Let's see if your understanding lines up with those very first Christians. So I think if we emphasize those commonalities, and that let's be honest, they are right about some things. You should be living a Christian life, right? You should hold the scriptures in high regard. We believe that too. So let's work from there and then start out. Like, we don't have to go with guns blazing right off the bat every single time. Sometimes the situation will call for it, but yeah, those commonalities are important.
Yeah. And also, I think what a lot of Protestants tend to do is that they'll read a passage of scripture fine, but they'll gloss over a really important detail. Like Paul mentions this, hold fast to the traditions I've handed down to you.
Yeah, whether verbal or written, he specifies.
Yeah. So what did he verbally say? I mean, we've got what he's written down, but what did he verbally say? How long was he doing that for? To what audience? What did he espouse, and what was handed down? What did he teach to his students, and then what did they hand down? And following that line. I mean, I know I mentioned this, before we went live. We were sort of chatting backstage is, one of the tagline for my book is, what is truth, right? That's the question that Pilate asks Christ before he says, I wash my hands of this. We need to find truth. We need to, and I also liken myself to the woman who was bleeding for 12 years, in that she stretched out her hand in pure faith just to touch the hem of Christ's garment, that she'd be healed. And she had such faith that she would be, that she was, and he felt the power go out from him, etc. I liken myself to that woman, where I keep saying this on my channel, but I've got new viewers here, so I'll say it again. I want to stretch my hand back through time, like that woman stretching her hand, just to touch the hem of Jesus' garment, and to find that thread, that loose thread of faith, of tradition, etc. What was handed to the apostles, and what did they hand down to their students, to those students, and tracing that thread back through time and coming forward, pushing past all of the biases, all of the denominations, all of the interpretations, getting back to the raw faith and following that through and seeing what history said, because history isn't bias. It is a fact. History is a fact. And truth is it's not subjective, it's absolute, right? You cannot have two things that are true at the same time. You cannot say the sky is blue and the sky is green, right? Because both people are looking at the sky and you can clearly see the sky is blue, and yet someone says it's green, right? You follow that faith through to the present. What do you see? You see unanimously church fathers, teachers, etc., talking on these traditions that Paul is talking about, and saying things like the Eucharist, things about baptism saving you and being necessary for salvation, sacraments, confession, bishops and priests, and this structure of the church. It's overwhelming. It is overwhelming if you just simply look back through history. And I think this is sort of where Protestants sort of stumble and fall down, is they have scripture, right? They have the Bible, which is great, amazing, like you said, but they just cling to that. They're just like, this is all I need. Okay, but how? Okay, so let's sort of fast forward to today. You have one person on one side and another person on the other. They look at the same 3 verses and they come to wildly different conclusions. Truth is absolute. Who is correct?
They can't both be right. Either one of them is right or they're both wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's what I would encourage my Protestant friends who are watching is, don't, obviously hold to the scriptures, hold them with the respect that you do. That's great. But don't cling to them with such rigidity, because without proper understanding and proper knowledge, those things that are within scripture cannot be fully illuminated for you. I mean, just for me, going from Protestantism to Orthodoxy, Christology is it just blows my mind. Just how much is there, and just how much sort of just goes over people's heads within Protestantism. They just say, oh, I found this really cool nugget. I'm just like, oh, wow, that's amazing. And then you realize, you look over into Orthodoxy, you're just like, you've got like 500 different volumes and all the Christology in the Old Testament. I
had a few moments like that too, where it's like, when I was still in my Pentecostal days, I started like reading Michael Heiser, and he's talking about this divine council theology. It's like cutting edge evangelical theological research. And then immediately after reading Unseen Realm, I read Religion of the Apostles by Father Stephen, and I was like, hold on a minute. So for evangelicals, this is like cutting edge, like new research theology. And in Holy Orthodoxy, it's just theology. Like they have always believed this. It's like pretty crazy. But I think, honestly, the best example from the scriptures to demonstrate this point is one that our Protestant friends, they think it helps them. I do not agree with you. I think it helps us, because in my view, the Bible is an Orthodox book, is the episode with the Bereans, right? When St. Paul goes to preach to the Bereans, and the Bereans go test what St. Paul said to the scriptures, and they compare his preaching to the scriptures. And they see that what St. Paul is saying lines up. Well, why weren't they Christians prior to St. Paul being there. They had the same scriptures before and after. The only thing that changed was the lens of interpretation that St. Paul offered to the Bereans, right? The proper filter through which they ought to understand the scriptures. And that's what Holy Orthodoxy, I think, offers to the Protestant who loves the scriptures. You want to understand it in its fullness. Like, Sam, I remember going to like my first 2 or 3 liturgies and then revisiting the letter to the Hebrews, and it was like I was reading something for the very first time. Like, that's how much more meaning it had to understand it within like a liturgical, worshipful context. It was like essentially 100% brand new content for me, although I had read the letter to the Hebrews many times prior to that. So yes, the lens through which we understand the scriptures is like so important. And this is like if you guys don't know Father Stephen, he's been a bit of a mentor for me, at least like academically. Like his area of expertise is the Bible. His PhD is in biblical studies, and just from being around him, I've come up with a name. I have labeled his approach to understanding the scriptures, which is context maxing. He's really just like, like he takes so much like time and effort to put himself like in the shoes of a Second Temple. Like, how would a Second Temple period Jew understand when St. Paul says, or it was St. Peter, this is probably an apt example, when he says, repent and be baptized. This promise is for you and your children. Imagine being like a Jewish man listening to that sermon. Your 3-year-old boy is there with you, and your wife is pregnant with another one, like, back home. And you hear St. Peter say, this promise is for you and your children. You think that the first thing that pops into that guy's mind is, oh, well, when he turns, like, 14, he'll be able to make a decision about whether he wants to join God's covenant people or not. Like, no, they're thinking about circumcision. They're like, okay, well, what must I do? It's like, well, repent and be baptized. This is for you and for your children. They're going to think about infants, right? So I think just like understanding like the Second Temple period context, and that like, hey, we claim that true continuity from Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, the patriarchs, David, the prophets, and the true Second Temple period religion. Like that's us. We are in continuity to that. So we don't need to shy away from any of these ancient sources. All of them are Orthodox. They're all ours. And you see this evidenced in the saints too. Like St. Nikephoros of Constantinople, from like the 800s, he has a list of books that are good to read. He has the testaments of the 12 patriarchs in there. He has First Enoch in there. A lot of the Second Temple period literature, people don't know this, a lot of the Second Temple Jewish literature we have today is not because it was preserved by Jewish people. It was preserved by the Orthodox Church. It was preserved by Orthodox Byzantine monks. A lot of the manuscripts we have of Enoch and of the Second Temple literature, some of them survive only in Slavonic or in Greek. Like, these are not, they were preserved by the Orthodox Church, right? And they've presided always with God's covenant people. So this is something I think people have to consider, is that Orthodox Christianity predates. It's the same Old Covenant church you see in the Old Testament. And that's why I like to use the Old Testament a lot in my apologetics, because these are our documents too.
Yeah, exactly. Amen to that. I think we'll sort of start to round off the sort of barrage of questioning, as you probably had enough questions for one day, part of the day. But sadly,
I don't know if I'm proud to say it, but I could keep going.
Okay, well, fine then.
I have the endurance.
I can do it. Okay, so for those who might be Orthodox and want to sort of get into defending the faith, and that sort of side of things, whether that's answering comments on X or TikTok, or on in the YouTube comment section, or even maybe even starting a YouTube channel of their own, what would you say are sort of the pitfalls that people can fall into, and what sort of foundational documents, texts, and church fathers and you know, what sort of mindsets do people need to have to sort of entering into this space of, you know, Orthodox apologetics?
That's a very good question. I'm glad you asked that, because I have had some like younger guys reach out and like message me, and they're like, "Hey, I want to someday, you know, do apologetics online, like you or like Jay or like David or like Seraphim Hamilton. Like what do I do? Like where do I start? Like I'm 18, where do I start?" And I guess I'll answer your question first by saying like what I think you ought to do, and then from that you can deduce probably what you shouldn't do. But I'd say like first of all, of course, your life in the church, your relationship with Christ, having a solid spiritual father who will guide you. That is something like praying every day. These are basics that you cannot just hand wave these away, right? You're not going to be able to fake any of this stuff. If you do not truly live and believe what you're talking about, everybody will be able to see it. You may be able to deceive them for a little while, but everybody will be able to see it eventually, that, you know, you're just living a double life and that it's fake and phony. You need to pick up some skills. I do not believe it is a good idea to, right out of high school, start, you know, seriously doing apologetics. Like, is there anything wrong with putting up an educational video here or there? Like, is my opinion on this one thing? No. But if you're going to go do debates, like you're going to go on modern day debates, and you're going to take, like, do a call-in show or something like this model that Jay has popularized, you need some tools in the toolkit, right? So for me, the fact, like, my legal background and training in litigation has been an enormous help, especially understanding how like case law and how precedent works, and how, you know, like what do you do when you have a mass ratification of laws and you have contradictions between the two laws, right? So this is like the Council of Trello is a mass ratification of many canons. Some of the canons have like contradict each other. How do we understand that? Which one do we follow, right? How does it apply? This is a whole area of law called conflict of laws, right? How do we solve conflicts of, so like that background has been immensely helpful in how do I understand and like make sense of these documents? Which one is more authoritative than the other? Like how should, like, what am I obligated to believe? And then on what topics am I permitted to have a range of beliefs? And what is that range of beliefs? And how do I find that? Like, what methodology that I use? Jay's background in philosophy has been obviously immensely helpful for him. I look at Father Stephen and these other apologists. I think understanding, for me personally, what has been very frustrating and maybe like a slight regret is not having a familiarity in ancient languages. Like if I could go back and do it again, I'd probably do my undergrad in like classics or something and then do law school after that. I think, guys, if they're like kids coming right out of high school, that would be a killer combination for apologetics. You classics for your undergrad, get a really good understanding of classical Greek, of ancient Hebrew. You know, if the more languages, the better, right? Ubi Petrus, who I think is, man, that like one of the smartest guys that we have. Thank God he has found Holy Orthodoxy. He has a familiarity with ancient languages, and that will take you so far. But I've often felt the frustration sometimes, like, man, I can't even read the scriptures. When you really understand how important like knowing ancient languages is, like I'm really taking someone's word for it that these translations are like good. And as we all know, every translation has some at least a sprinkling of interpretation in there. You can't really separate the two. So I'd say like ancient languages is like very important, and then like something that helps you with argumentation. So like either law or philosophy. Like I think these are things that will take you a really long way. I think a theology degree and background in patristics and like history, like these things are important. But if we're talking about like online apologetics and debate specifically, you need to understand how evidences work, because there are different kinds of evidences. You can weigh them in different ways. You need to know burdens of proof, and that in a debate, burdens of proof will shift. Like at some point, I will meet my burden of proof. Now it's the other guy's responsibility to try to refute the evidences that I presented, right? These are things that I understand very well from law, but like, yeah, it's to reiterate again, ancient languages, and then something like philosophy or law to help with formal argumentation. That would be like a killer combination. I think what not to do is to go by the seat of your pants, obviously, without developing like any of your own skills and to go and do this on your own. Like that would be the extreme of this. I think a lack of life experience, basically being there. Okay, let me phrase it this way. There are some things that you can learn only with time. There are a lot of things you can just learn by cracking open a book and reading about it. Like most things, I'd venture to guess you can probably learn that way. Some things, perhaps even the most important things in life and in Orthodox Christianity, are the things that require time, that cannot be understood without time. So I understand that as young men, we have a lot of zeal, we feel like urgency. We have to go do something and like make an impact on the world. Like while we're at the peak of our powers and peak testosterone, right? You know, you lift weights you just like look at a dumbbell and like, bam, you're jacked, right? At 18. But like, look, have grace with yourself. Be patient with yourself. Find somebody who's done it. Like for me, my spiritual father, God's providence brought me into that Romanian parish because he has been invaluable for my spiritual growth and development. By God's providence, Father Stephen felt mercy in his heart to call into one of my streams at one point and to have a conversation about the Bible. And now it's like a very like a apprentice, master apprentice type of relationship there. But like, look, God will help you. Be humble and like do your side of the work. I do also probably briefly want to comment on like women in the social media sphere. I think there is a need for that. And like, look, I am a layperson. I am not clergy. I am not a bishop. I'm not saying that every single woman should go and make like a Pinteresty Orthodox Instagram page or something. But if you feel that the calling, if you hear the still small voice, do not just follow your feelings on this. Go talk to your spiritual father, your priest, and see if this is a good idea for you. Because there is so much space, I think, for women in Holy Orthodoxy to like. We run the risk at this point of having an overly masculine representation of Holy Orthodoxy, but the church is made up of men and women. And the souls of men and the souls of women are equally valuable in the eyes of God. So I think what the guys are doing now is like, it's very good. Like we have a variety of approaches. We have people that are more like irenic and kind, and we have people that are like very like, well, forget about your feelings. Like, what are the facts, right? And we have all kinds of flavors of Orthodox apologetics. It pains me to say this, I'm not going to lie. But it could, if I'm being objective and honest with myself, perhaps it could use a feminine touch, ladies. So consider that.
I think sort of the final question I'd like to ask you from me anyway, before I get onto the audience questions, is what are in your view currently at the moment the state of sort of Orthodox apologetics and the online orthosphere and whatever words you want to describe it as? What's sort of like the one thing that stands out to you that we get right? What's the one thing that stands out to you that we get wrong? And what's the one thing, if you could have your way and change one thing about what we do, what would that be? I suppose sort of the last sort of two are tied in sort of one question.
Okay, what we do right, I think, is substance, the quality of our research, the due diligence that we put into our research and our presentations. Like our guys, like especially the top guys, like I immediately think of Ubi, Seraphim Hamilton, David Arion, and Jay, and Orthodox Shahada. These guys are not slouches. These guys do the readings. These guys talk to experts. We are not lacking when it comes to substance. And I think we have access to like actual experts. Like I've mentioned him a few times now. Father Stephen has been like very open to helping people in the online apologetics. Like, just send him a message or jump into his Twitch stream. Perry Robinson has made himself extremely available on Twitter. If you have a question, like, just tag him. Eventually, he will respond to you with a post probably longer than you were hoping for, but with all the substance that you probably need to understand the issues. Like, our clergy, our experts, our scholars are very accessible. And again, like, the guys that are arguing it, they are no slouches in terms of like research and in presentation. Like, they are good debaters, and they are good faith, and they are hard on themselves intellectually. Like, they present a good product. Craig Truglia also, like, his book on the papacy is like very good. There's like a bunch of stuff that I found out just like by going through footnotes, like primary sources that I found. No shortage of like talent amongst the online sphere. I think our problem, like the one blatantly obvious elephant in the room, is unity. Not in the sense that like we're like, there are some like quarrels and quibbles with each other, but the way I see the Protestants working together on this, like Discord servers that are stacked with like banks and banks and banks of quote mines and PDF files of books and like ancient documents. They have many Reformation works in full, and they make it accessible to each other, and they're all working together. Like, they are working so hard to take down Holy Orthodoxy, and they will fail because the church doesn't lose. It always wins in the long run. But they are working together like with such desperation. Like, what if we did that on our side? Like, that if I had a criticism of us, it's probably like, again, we work together well. I talked to Jay. I've had the pleasure of making Craig's acquaintance like recently on Orthodox Ethos. The Father Peter has been so helpful. He sent me his own copy of Errors of the Latins because they were out of copies. And he sent me his own copy. He's the type of guy that would give the very shirt off his back to someone, especially if he knew it would be to the benefit of Christ and his church. But like, again, the way I see the Protestants collaborating on these things is like, we could step this up a notch. Like, this is a problem I see. And I mean, probably the way we interact with clergy, it's generally very good, but there are some things that we should keep in-house that there's no point in making some disputes public knowledge, right? We are a family. The Orthodox Church is a family. If you have a problem with your mom or your brother, you're not going to go talking about it to everybody on social media, right? It's the same thing in the church. So there was the third question. What was the third question?
Like, no, as in like, if you could sort of wave a magic wand and sort of improve things in some way, but I suppose that's got sort of kind of tied to, you know. Yeah,
I'd say like collaborations substantively, because like, we all get along. Generally, we're all friends. Like, if there's a beef or a quibble or something, generally we sort it out very quickly amongst ourselves. But it's collaborating academically. Like, there's no point to reproduce work that somebody else has already done. And I think the Protestants are very efficient in that. And probably the Roman Catholics as well. They're very efficient with the work that they do. Although it's wrong, but it's efficient. So we could absolutely take a play out of their book on that.
It's the Timu version.
Yeah, exactly. It's spot on.
Anyway, right, okay, so let's go on to some questions, guys. If you do have a question for Alex, please stick it in the chat and I will save it. This made me chuckle. Dane DL 2951.
Look at that.
Plant behind Alex makes him look like he has a shaggy mullet.
Okay, I got a perm, guys.
Yeah.
Look at that.
It's kind of like it's just coming out of an 80s music video.
I wish I was that cool, honestly.
And then when when your cat came on stream,
yes,
not be ignored.
Yeah, he's very demanding.
Meow fallacy. That made me chuckle. So this question came in from Newman0100. What is the Orthodox position on we are all saints, prophets, etc.? The Prots claim is everyone is a prophet.
I don't think they claim that, but they do claim the. I mean, maybe if they're like some hyper charismatic, that everybody is a prophet. But I think like Saint Paul is very clear that he's asking rhetorical questions, but he says, "Are all prophets? Do all teach? Do all preach? Do all speak in tongues? Do all interpret?" The implied answer being no. Everybody has different gifts that they contribute to the church. You have to make sure that's for the benefit of all. I think this might also be an allusion with an A to what Protestants call the priesthood of all believers. And I think neo-Protestants and evangelicals take that to an even further degree, like synergizing that with the doctrine of the right of private judgment, in that each individual person, basically, I've had some Protestants admit this, like neo-Protestants admit this on stream, that each individual layperson has the power of the keys. They can interpret the Bible however they want, which is sadly the meme. It's the meme of they're all their own pope, right? Like it's and they don't realize they're saying it at the time. Then I tell them, like, you realize you just said each person is their own pope. So they're taking the priesthood of believers way too far. Look, when Saint Peter says that we are a royal priesthood, he's not saying that every single person and every single layperson has the power of the keys. He is quoting the Old Testament, which also says of the Israelites, of the people of the nation of Israel, that they are a royal priesthood. They are supposed to be an example to the nations. That does not mean that every single lay Israelite had the authority that a judge or that a priest had or that an elder had, right? There were still structures, right? So the idea of like the universal priesthood of believers, like the way the Orthodox understand that, is that we are an example, like we are the fulfillment of the church. All of the nations are drawn to God through the church. And for those that have not joined the church yet, we're supposed to be an example, a shining city on a hill of what they ought to attain to. So,
Right stuff. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is more of a general question. How long have you been Orthodox?
Like 2 years now. Right. I'm a new guy, but yeah, I think some people try to levy that as a criticism sometimes. That's like, feel free, go ahead. I have plenty to learn. I'm bringing you guys along for the journey. But at the end of the day, if I'm going to do this stuff, there's one person's opinion who matters, and that's my bishop. And I have a blessing to do this from my bishop and from my spiritual father. So at the end of the day, that's what matters the most. But yeah, I talked about this at length with my spiritual father. And I think really just because I am a litigator, this is like the exception that he provided me, was like, okay, well, you are already a professional arguer, so like here, learn all the material. And you know, have a very active life in my local parish. You know, he has like we work together in a local or in the parish Bible study, where like he delegates most of that to me, obviously in conjunction with him, but we have a very, very close relationship. So
Are you married?
I am. Yes.
Oh, so what was your wife's? Is she Orthodox as well?
She is not yet, but she has not been received by the church, but she attends the services with me and she's open to it. But this is something that I think all of us struggle, is that the struggle with that are married, is that like, look, for me, when I realized that this is Christ's church, it was like, look, what am I going to prioritize first? Like, I need to lead by example, right? And that might not be the right thing for everybody. For some people, they might have to wait and do this at the same time. I think for my family, with the much counseling from my spiritual father on this, like, I decided to lead by example. That said, you know, this again, that might not be the right route for everybody. So yeah, it's hard because, I mean, like I said, in the Romanian Pentecostal community, which we both grew up in, there are a lot of taboos about Holy Orthodoxy, right? That it really is like an enormous social cost. And for women, they analyze this differently, and it takes them more time. So I would say, like, for anybody that with a spouse that is not quite there yet with Holy Orthodoxy, just show patience and grace, and like be patient with them, because Jesus, like our Lord, is patient with us, right? So we have to be patient with others.
Yeah, I think mean, for me, my situation is very similar, and my heart sort of breaks a little because she attends the services and things. It's so difficult because she's so close and she's so far, and that kind of gets to me a little bit because I really want her to sort of just take the next step, and to
it's like all you need to do is just like but you can't be because like this is something that she's supposed to do on her own. And I think like something people need to consider. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but in 1 Corinthians, where St. Paul says, he has a whole section on whether your spouse is unbelieving and like how to go about that. And like in the Old Testament, it was the man who through his circumcision, like a woman like Ruth was a Moabite. She became an Israelite by marrying Boaz, who was like a circumcised man. He was within God's covenant people. So through Boaz's like faithfulness, he's able to sanctify Ruth. And then although Ruth was a Moabite, their descendant, like David, ends up being like a king and prophet, like one of the greatest of all time, right? And I think St. Paul uses that same reasoning in First Corinthians, where he says, if you have an unbelieving spouse, do not leave. If they abandon you, that's something different. But he does not give them permission to leave, because through you can sanctify your family in the same way that like with Boaz and Ruth was brought into God's covenant people, and she was used for God's purposes in an amazing way. She's in the lineage of our Lord, like the Messiah. So very important. Yeah.
I think as well for me as well is I really struggle because my wife she really struggles with cognition, with understanding things properly, because of various different medical issues and things like that, but I won't get into that. And it's really hard because I don't understand most of the terminology that goes on in debates and things. I'm gonna be completely honest. A lot of it goes over my head about what's the epistemology of this esoterical, but I can kind of follow along, and I'll get there eventually. But it really does affect me very deeply to have someone in my life who I cared very deeply for. And she can't comprehend, about icons or, why there's a need for a priest, a confession, and things like that. And you try to explain, and it just really just goes over her head. And she's happy to go to the services and things like that. And it's just, oh man, it's so tough. So if there's anyone who's watching out there who is dealing with the same things, you're not alone. We all have our own personal struggles, but some struggle more than others with their spouses. So help each other. Reach out to your parish, talk to your priest, get a little support group going if you need to help your fellow Orthodox community of people who are just single members of the church, and their other half hasn't taken the plunge, or is atheist, or what have you, and you're really wrestling with that. Please do that, because you don't have to suffer in silence. You are not alone. This is the path that's been trodden many a time, and just don't sit in silence. Stop it. Get some help, as the meme says. But yeah,
may it be blessed.
Yes.
It's hard now, but the Lord will. I trust Him.
Yeah, exactly. This made me laugh. Instructions unclear. Name too close to seasoned beef. Now need cheeseburger. And
reason belief.
And good old Father On popped in. Hello, Father On. Thank you for stopping in.
Forgot to mention Father Ron is, again, like, if I was talking about like different flavors in terms of like content and apologists. I think Father Ron has like a very sensible approach to the way he explains things. Like he also loves the scriptures, and I think he has some very insightful videos on this. So
Yeah.
W Father Ron.
Yeah, if you guys who's watching, you might be new. I did interview Father on last week, so go and check that out. It's a great stream. This one is interesting. So Yohanan, slave of Christ, says Christ commands us to love him. Everything else is secondary. Love and prayer for Christ daily, number one. Which church you belong to, etc., is secondary. I release the Alex.
How can you love Christ and reject his body? I don't like. Look. Go to Ephesians 1, right? Paul has so much to say on the church, right? And remember, what's the typology for Christ in the church is a husband and his bride, right? So what happens with a husband and bride? They are one flesh, right? What God has joined together, let no man separate. So we're talking about more or less the same thing, Christ and his body. And as if I could, I'll share my screen on this one. So Ephesians 1, where's the beginning of this sentence? It's New King James Version. It's just like really long sentences. After I heard of your faith in the Lord Jesus Christ and your love for all the saints, speaking to the Ephesians, as do not cease to give thanks for you, making mention of you in my prayers, that God, the God of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Father of glory, may give to you the spirit of wisdom and revelation and the knowledge of him, the eyes of your understanding being enlightened, that you may know what is the hope of his calling, what are the riches of the glory of his inheritance in the saints, and what is the exceeding greatness of his power toward us who believe, according to the working of his mighty power, which he worked in Christ when he raised him from the dead and seated him at his right hand in the heavenly places. And this is like a Daniel 7 reference. Far above all principality and power and might and dominion, and every name that is named, not only in this age, but also in that which is to come. So this Daniel 7 reference, think about that. If you go back to Daniel 7 and look at verses 13 to 14, he talks about how Christ will establish an everlasting kingdom, right? Not many kingdoms. He will establish one kingdom, right? So you have one like a son of man, somebody who looks like a human, coming with the clouds of heaven. He came to the Ancient of Days. He was given dominion and glory and a kingdom. All peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away, and his kingdom, the one which shall not be destroyed. And so St. Paul is doing this on purpose here. He's not talking about Daniel 7 on accident, but he's setting it up for the conclusion of this chapter, which is, and he put all things under his feet and gave him to be the head over all things to the church. And what is the church? It is his body, the fullness of him who fills all in all. So even according to St. Paul, you can't separate Christ from his body, the church. The church is the fullness of Christ. So like our Protestant friends that try to attribute, like try to say this, there's this like the divine attributes to a book. Like, yes, the scriptures are so important and its authors were divinely inspired. And the church, which preserves the scriptures, it is the pillar and ground of the truth. But it is the church that it has a theanthropic nature to it, right? The church is the body of Christ, and not just a part of, it's the fullness of him who fills all in all. So like, these are things that we have to remember when we talk about like, oh, well, Christ is first and the church is secondary. There is no such thing. If you say, well, like, look, I put Alex first, but his wife is secondary, that's like insulting to me. Like, how could you say such a thing? Like, no, we are a package deal. Like, you get both of us. You don't just get one, right? So that's like the same way that I think Christ would approach. Christ thinks of his church. He loves his church. He loves her. Like, how can you say I want Christ, but like not his church, and that his church is secondary? You can't. It's like ecclesial Nestorianism or something. You're like splitting Christ from his body, right? And again, like as I've made the case many times, like there are certain marks that will tell us what that body is. Like you see in Daniel, it will last forever. It will be established at the time of the Babylonian, Medo-Persian, Roman empires. It will never fall to another, and it doesn't lose. So it will take over those prior empires. Which church did that? There's only one church that did that. And you see, at the time of Emperor Theodosius I, who were the Christians at that time? Well, you have an ecumenical council right by there. It was led by St. Gregory the theologian. And St. Gregory of Nyssa was like the architect for that Trinitarian theology. So those are the Christians that Daniel is prophesying about in Daniel 2. That's the church that you should be a part of. That's the Holy Orthodox Church. Love you, Yohanan, but that is wrong.
Right. Going into more questions. Blake has asked a question. I have a question of top importance for Alex. Can we get AutoCAT content?
We can. I'll do a poll on my channel for it. How about that? Maybe we can have a different YouTube channel altogether. Just call it OrthoCat.
Yeah. Why not?
Like people do YouTube channels for their pets and stuff. Like maybe. I don't know if you guys like that kind of thing. I think that like I love dogs. Dogs are great, but I feel like there are some images that I see of Orthodox priests and with cats and like certain cats around icons. Like it seems that even like all of creation knows when they are in a sacred space, and cats have a special relationship, I think, with Orthodoxy.
Yeah. Right. One question I want to ask you, Alex, are you open to opening this up to callers?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Right. I'll stick the link in the chat, everyone. Here you go. Go nuts. There you go. You can join up, and I'll pin it as well, so you guys can join. There you go. There you go. So if you guys have a question, I know Fresh Bueller, you wanted to ask a question to Alex. That's fine. In the meantime, I was waiting for people to pop in if they do want to. Bear Shinobi asks, how many debates do you need to sweep before you get back to the Tulip series?
After this one, I'm going to have a little break. So I plan between the debate tomorrow with Kelly Powers on Sola Scriptura, and then July 11th, I have a week that's free. So I plan to record, edit, and post the final installment of that Tulip series. Probably at some time within the next 2 weeks, towards the end of the next 2 weeks, probably. So yeah, absolutely. I think those those educational, like edutainment style videos, I think got my channel a lot of traction. I like the lives because you can interact with like your subscribers and viewers like a lot more hands-on, like in a more concrete way. But I think people find those like really helpful. And when people look at like my streams and they see something like 7 hours, I think for a lot of people are like, great, I have something to listen to at work today. There's also a segment of people that are like, well, I'm not even gonna try to get started on that. So
yeah. Finding a balance can be hard.
Yeah, but I'm definitely aware of it, Bear Shinobi. So yes, thank you for the question.
Another question on your content. Are you going to make a updated video on icons and relics? If you are, would you go into the incarnation and its importance on Iconodula?
Yes, I do want to make updated videos on both of those things, because there's one thing if like you're preparing a script for your own benefit, and you like there's one way you approach it, but when you're preparing an opening statement for a debate, you'll have that anxiety in the back of your head to where like you're site checking, at least you should be. If you're not Ryan and Anthony Rogers, you should be site checking your sources like multiple times to make sure that you got them right. And you approach it a bit differently. So I think I learned a lot in my icons debate, my intercession of the saints debate, and it ties into relics as well. But yeah, the incarnation and its importance on iconodulia, I think, is one of the strongest arguments for icon veneration, for holy images in general, and that you ought to treat them with respect, like all of the things in the temple were treated with respect, down to the spoons and cups and plates. Like, what was the sin of Belshazzar, right? When in the book of Daniel, when the hand of God appeared and wrote on the wall, it's because he defiled the plates and spoons and the cups and chalices of the temple. So, like, yes, even those things are sacred objects that ought to be treated with respect and veneration. So, you are correct that the incarnation is important. The incarnation only intensifies all of those principles. So,
yeah. Right, we have guests backstage, so I'm going to bring up the first guest. As a gentleman I know, maybe slightly annoying. Never mind. How you doing? How you doing, Beulah? How you doing?
How's it going, guys?
God
well,
bless.
how are you?
Doing?
Yeah,
Doing great, doing great.
Good.
My question's more so about your work. How do you balance the demand of work, like with the judgment and penalty, as opposed to Christ's judgment being so merciful?
When you mean work, you mean like the work of Christ?
No, I mean law.
Oh, like, but we said penalty and judgment. Okay, so how do I work? YouTube work life balance is your question, then, right?
Sure.
I have a cheat code that most people don't have access to, which is I'm self-employed. so so in like balancing, like, of course, when I first started doing the YouTube stuff, it was like 99% legal work, and when I had enough zeal and I was frustrated enough with others and people telling me that I'm wrong about orthodoxy, then I'd go muster up a video, but it seems like we're making an impact. And again, talking to my spiritual father, how that this is actually helping people, and that it's leading to more opportunities, bigger platforms, and like my spiritual father and I, we want to work on like a small catechism now, and having this audience to talk about with Holy Orthodoxy, it really is a blessing from God. So I'm able to put in more and more time into the YouTube stuff. So yeah, it is a difficult balance, I'm not gonna lie. And my wife works the evening shifts, so like people, how do you stream way late into the night? It's like that's when my wife is at work. So yeah, so I have a few advantages that other people don't have in that regard. I'd see them as like God's providence.
Cool. Thanks.
It's a good question.
Great stuff. You got another question, Beulah, or is that it?
That's it.
Oh, awesome. Well, thanks for coming up, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
No worries. We have Katie backstage here. Katie, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I just wanted to say something on the fact that you two both spoke about your wives. I met my husband, and he was Orthodox, and he had been Orthodox for like 15 years when I met him. And I was Protestant and thought, wow, this is just really weird, and this is not what I'm used to. And kind of had this probably some of the same thoughts that maybe your wives have. But I will say that, like, I'm now Orthodox, and I've been Orthodox for 7 years.
Glory to God.
And yes, glory to God for sure. But my priest, or our priest, told my husband, do what you're supposed to do. Do your prayers, be the living example of what it is to be an Orthodox Christian. And I will say he did that very well. And so, I became Orthodox because I saw him. And another thing to think about, and this was also another thing that ended up kind of being that big deciding, well, I say a deciding factor, but he told me, he was like, he made me promise, even prior to us getting married, he was like, look, our children have to be baptized Orthodox, like 100%, they're going to be baptized Orthodox, and you have to agree to that. And I was like, okay, I agree to that. And I just knew that I didn't want to be something that my children weren't. And so that was also something that kind of brought me into the Orthodox Church. And
Wow.
I was like, before my kids become Orthodox, like before we even have kids, I want to be Orthodox, because how can you teach your children to be a good Orthodox Christian if you're not one?
That's a good point.
I just want to say that there's hope out there, because I mean, I was probably, me and my husband, uh, it was probably like 5 years after I met my husband before I actually became Orthodox. But it, and we were married in the church, but it was just like we couldn't do everything as like in a traditional marriage because I wasn't Orthodox at the time. But yeah, I think that, my priest was like, just answer her questions if she has questions, but don't push it. And so he did that. And, I'm very thankful. And I think that that's just something like, yes, women are different. So, but it'll happen, and like,
Yeah.
I think you men will be a good example to them. So
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the encouragement. Maybe you can like confirm something for me, because like I am a man and I have man brain. I do not have a woman's way of thinking. But would you say that like what I see is that for men, like we do consider things down the line, but for us the main concern is like the immediate thing, right? So like, well, is this the right church? Like, okay, well, I'm convinced of that, so then let's go, right? And then all the other stuff, like, will I have friends there? Will the priest be like, will it be weird? Like, we just kind of figure all that when we get there. I feel like, based off my observations, I think that women tend to think about all of that stuff up front instead of taking one thing at a time. They think about it to its logical, like all the way to the end. Do you think is that fair to say?
I would say that that is fair. And I think for me, another one of those things in the end that kind of got me was that, like, I trust my husband and I know my husband wouldn't lead me into something that was wrong. And I just had to fully give into that, you know, I had to trust him and trust God, and that, you know, we were in the right spot. And I think after that, after I gave into that, that's when I really started to see all the things I didn't see prior. Um, but yeah, I mean, I would say that women, we tend to overthink. Um,
Yeah, because in my, like, it seems to me that a guy will just be like, okay, I'm convinced of the theology, where do I sign up? But for women, it'll be like, okay, I'm convinced of the theology. However, like, will it be weird when will I have friends? Like, who am I going to be friends with? Like, are there people there? Are the people weird there? Like, what if I go and the people are weird? And they, like, for us guys, it's like, well, I'll just figure out all that stuff when I get there. But it appears to me that women think, like, they think all the way to the end about this stuff.
yeah, and I will say, when I first started attending, um, which was in like 2014 or 2015, when I first started attending an Orthodox parish, there was not a lot of people there, and the people that were there were older. Um, and then some of the people that were there that had kids, well, I felt like, oh, if I don't have kids, like, they don't want to speak to me because they have their own things going on. And I was like, and it's really honestly not like a Protestant church where, like you mentioned, you go in and people are like, oh, hi, nice to see you, welcome. And it's different because that's not what everyone's there for. Like, we do that at coffee hour or things like that, but it's just, that's not the main reason why we're there. And I think that was such like a big difference. I was like, I don't think people like me. I kept telling my husband, I don't think people like me. And he was like, no, it's just different. It's just different. Like, you have to realize that's not what it is. But, then that honestly made me be the kind of person that now when new people come into our parish, I try to talk to them, because I'm like, I don't want them to ever feel like I felt, because everyone is so loving there. And it's just, I just didn't know. I was also standoffish because I was, nervous to talk to them because I didn't know them and I didn't know like a lot about it. So now I just try to like be that person that talks to people. So I do. I mean, we do look at the whole thing, and I think that it takes a lot longer to kind of work through every piece in your head, but you get there.
Katie, I have another question for you, actually. I know you called in to, comment on this, but I know, like, for women, like, they are very conscious of aesthetics. Obviously, I'm not saying they're like superficial, but like, this is something like that they consider, that they look at. And when I look at like evangelical churches and the aesthetics that they like, these girls will walk in with their Starbucks and their Ugg boots and like their pink Bible and their color-coded highlighters and Post-it notes, and they like sit down in the pew and have their coffee, like flip open their Bible and like and do their women's Bible study in the middle of the week. and like this is persuasive for women. Like, I'm not like they are conscious of aesthetics. Like this is just a reality, right? And in my view, the Orthodox Church has like wonderful aesthetics, but I mean, how like what do we do to reach out on that wavelength, or should we even bother reaching out on that wavelength? Because like I mean, you trust your husband, and like you were brought into the Orthodox Church, like all these considerations, and like also it seems with like osmosis and time, but I like would that be the approach? I don't know. This is something I'm thinking about out loud right now. Is this approach an approach that we can take with everybody? Like, what are your thoughts on this from a woman's perspective?
I guess I'm a little confused at what you mean by aesthetics at that point. Like,
because it's just they walk into the church and like just they look at it and they're like, I like it. Like I get my Starbucks, I get my pink Bible, I get my color coded highlighters. Like and to sit there, like I get to feel good because they have a rock concert and a TED talk after. And it's like very empowering and encouraging and stuff. And then you go to Orthodox Church and it's like you need to be humble and repent for your sins because you're we are all on a path to become more like, and we're not going to cater to your every need. You're not going to bring your Starbucks here. In fact, you're going to have a head covering and you're going to listen and learn. So like, it's just like, it's such a different mindset. Like, I feel like modernity has almost like ruined the things that, young women prioritize, or am I too pessimistic on this? I'm thinking out loud here. I'm going to get in trouble with the ribs. I don't know.
It's honestly, I don't think that you should concede that, because I think that's part of being Orthodox. I think that that's part of learning how to be like submissive and to doing the, I don't know. I just don't think that.
Yeah, I don't think we should concede it. I'm just thinking
why
like,
are we trying to meet them at where they are at? Like you have to learn how to give in. That's the whole point. We're always trying to give in, and we have to give up what we may want. It's not, it's not,
it's not appealing, but like again, I get your point too. Is that like we are not in the business of being appealing?
No, and I think it means more also after you've come to it on your own like that.
Yeah, I agree.
And I guess something I could say that also has helped me is that I help out in like the kitchen at my church, and then you get to know other women, and then you get to and you help out and you do things around your parish, and that also gives women like you feel fulfilled because you're like, I did something that helped, and I glory to God that I was
you
able
contributed.
To do
yes,
something.
You did something. Yeah.
And I think a lot of women want that too. Like it's hard when you have kids. Don't get me wrong, it is hard, but I think it does help, like having something that you can do so you feel like you're contributing to your parish. Mm-hmm. I don't think we should give in and try to become modern to just bring women in. I could see how there are things that women like about that, but in our church, the women have a book club, and they get together and they pick out a book that they all want to read. They all go get it. They come and they sit on it, like every I don't know, second Sunday or something like that, I think, of the month. They come and they sit in there and they talk about their books that they were reading, and they discuss it. And I think that's just another way. I don't know. I don't think
that's
if
good.
They want to bring their tabs and they want to bring all their little.
Yeah, then they can have it at their book club. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point, because like base attractiveness is just like something that I know. Like, of course, guys, like that's important to them too. But I just think for women, like appearances are important, right? But yeah, I agree. I don't think we should make any compromises on our end. It's like the thing that you have shed light on here. I think thank you for doing so too. Like your take is very helpful in me, like trying to understand this, because like there's no shortage of men converts. And some statistics don't even like really show a big disparity. Like I've seen 60-40 in the convert surge, like tending towards men, but like that's pretty good if it's the 40% of the converts are women. It's just like it's a bit of a meme out there, and I know that's not a good measure for what the truth is, but it's a meme for a reason, right? Is that you have all of the young women at the non-denom churches, and then all of the young men are like going to like hunt for the ancient church and like joining these historical churches. Like I think the most prominent of which is the Orthodox Church now. So this is like an imbalance I've been thinking of, and I'm just. Thank you for your take on this, because I've always been curious on like what is the like what factors are at play here, and how do we fix it?
I'm not every woman, but so I'm not gonna say I speak for everyone, but I do think that as a female, something I'm trying to because the world wants us to feel like, oh, appearances are everything, right? And when I go to church, I don't have to think that. And I think that's a great thing, because, it's constantly like you go to the grocery store and there's magazines and there's all these women and there's stuff. And it's like, oh, do you have the best outfit? Do you have this? I go to church and no one cares. No one cares what I'm wearing. No one cares. They ask me how I'm doing, and if they can do anything for me. And I think that that's honestly a problem for women, is the fact that they've made it so that we're supposed to care about appearances so much. And I think
and like there's so many forces in society that are pushing that. Like I don't blame young women for having, because like everybody's pushing that ethic on them, right? But like I think so the way you look at it is we should probably double and even triple down on substance and transformation. And is that right?
I don't like double or triple down. What do you mean?
Like double, like I even see in the chat here, like Miss Memento Mary says like many modern women struggle with vanity. I feel like women are genuine at the Orthodox Church, right? And it's like they're putting like substance over like you just have to tell them your values are wrong. Like these are the things that you should be valuing, right?
Yeah, and I think you see a lot of women nowadays doing things like getting Botox or fillers, and it's like, you're beautiful without all of that. And like I think that that's also the part of we're made in God's image, and but the world wants us to see that, oh, you don't have the best handbag, and you don't have the best shoes, and you don't have the best clothing, or you need your hair, you need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars every year to get your hair done. I don't know, whatever. I'm telling you, people spend a lot of money, or women getting their nails done. And I'm like,
I am aware. Yes, I know many female lawyers. It is an absurd amount of money. Like I'm shocked the amount of money spent on that kind of thing. But yeah, those really good thoughts. Thank you for humoring me for a moment there.
One thing I'd like to ask Katie, one thing of you as a valued female Orthodox member of the church, just on sort of like content creation and the Orthodox sphere. We touched upon this earlier about there being sort of like a need for female content creators and things like that in the Orthodox Church. There is a place for that, and I'd probably agree with Alex on that, definitely. How, as a woman, how do you see that manifesting? What would you like to see?
This is actually something I've thought about a lot. And actually I did send in a question to Alex on like one of his member streams once, asking if he thought more women needed to be in content creation. But I will be honest, I don't exactly know, but it is something that I see a lot of, like Father Josiah was on Girls Gone Bible, right? I don't feel like, I don't know if that's the way I feel like Orthodox women should go. That's still something I'm kind of stumped on, because I think that for women, it's honestly just living the life that really helps, and going to divine liturgy and seeing how it, like if you're a man and you've gone in, like Alex, like your wife, you're going to be her best example. I don't know. I don't know how else, like she's going to trust you more than she's going to trust some female online. And
I understand. Yes.
So it's really hard to say. I've thought about making videos, but not doing any of that kind of thing. Like I'm wanting to learn how to make liturgical vestments, and there's just nowhere around here that really does that. But it's more so that people can help do things in their own parish. Like I've made an altar cover for my parish and done
that's
embroidery with
awesome.
that. And so my type of video would be different, but that's because that's what I like to watch. But I think, I don't know, each female
I know, like some of the women in my life, they're like they love those channels of like it's that like Becky lady who that does like cooking videos and has like a garden, and like her entire video is just like she goes about the day, goes into the garden and like prepares mass meals for her family. And like I know so many girls that like love watching that, but like I could see like maybe like an Orthodox spin on that kind of thing. That's like, we are going to make the prosphora bread, we are going to knit a thing, like sew a thing for the altar, or like that's like how to make vestments. Like I think girls love that kind of thing nowadays, right?
They like the videos that are like, what is it, like ASMR, or like the ones that are soothing to watch.
Yeah.
At least I do. I like those videos. So, and because
My wife likes those videos too, so that's
this world is too fast paced. That's what my one way of like, slowing it down a little bit.
Okay.
But
interesting.
I think that there are ways that, you can get to women. And I think when they have kids, it's a different thing. Like when you have kids, your priorities change, obviously. And so I learned a lot from the women in my church. And I feel like if there were women out there that were Orthodox and had kids and could offer some insight to other women of like, something I will now tell women all the time, because my kids' godparent, like they're godparents, I was talking to her and I was like, yeah, I just like doing prayers with my kids. It's just so difficult because they're just running around. My kids are like 4 and 5 and they just don't stay still, which of course they're not going to. And she was like, oh, go get the kids prayer book and do that one. Don't do the adult prayer book. She's like, because they're not going to sit still long enough. She's like, and it's going to be stressful for you and stressful for them, because you're going to be like, no, come here, come stand here. Wait, no, what are you doing? No, don't drop your candle. No. And so honestly, that helped. And now I give that piece of advice to women that have young kids, because honestly, it saved my peace of mind. And then it made me a nicer mom to them, because I wasn't constantly like yelling at
On
them
their
for, like,
case all the time. Yeah.
Yes. So like it's those little like things that I feel like help so much, because not only does that help like the mom, like, well, prayers are just like so stressful, like I'm just not gonna do them with my kids. It's like, no, you definitely want to do them with your kids, but make it so it's not as stressful on the two of you, or however many of you it is. And so I think those are like tidbits I wish I had had earlier on. Would be nice for women to share with each other, but you do get those at the parish level. So I think that's also another thing.
Love it.
Amazing. Great
Well,
stuff.
Thank you
No
for
worries.
having me on. And
It's a pleasure.
it was a great listening to you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. It was great listening to you too.
Bye.
So yeah.
It's very
we've got-
educational. I like
Yes.
that.
Yes.
I learned a lot
It's-
just now.
Yeah. We need to listen to women. Well, I mean,
Listen, you sexist bigots. No, there are good verses on this. I think you're right, Sam. Like there was I think 1st or 2nd Peter, where it says to honor your wives lest your prayers be hindered. Right. So
well, I mean, it's. I mean, there's what three lines in that section about women submit to your husbands, things like that. But there's like 8 or 9 for men to do the same to women and things like that. And there's a lot more instruction for us, a lot more burden on us as the men of the household to guide things into education.
Yeah. And I think it is one thing when like you hear from, Father Peter or Jay or somebody, it's like, just lead by example. It's like, okay. Then it's another thing entirely, I think, when, the woman calls in and she's like, I literally just like, I followed my husband's example. And this is like, these are the things, this is what it meant to me. Like, these are the things I looked at. And there's
hope for us yet, Alex. There's hope for us yet. We've got KA Lioness backstage. How you doing, Lioness?
Alex, you keep driving me nuts
What I do?
with the whole the women, they only look as the at the aesthetic part.
Okay, it's a certain demographic
You're
of
on
women.
mute for me. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I don't know. You might have to.
Oh, that
Sometimes
sucks.
Streamlabs does that.
I cannot hear anything he's
She might have
saying.
to call or leave and then
Hold
call
on.
in again.
I'm gonna leave
Yeah.
and come back because I can't
Yeah,
hear
leave and come-
anything he's saying.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll bring it back up. That's fine. Right. Okay. So we've got some more.
I'm always getting in trouble with the
Yeah.
ladies somehow.
Got some super chats to answer. Brandon May 6337. Sam, are you still enjoying the new Bible from New Rome Press? I'm trying to decide on whether to pull the trigger. Love my OSB, but I like that the new has the EOB for New Testament. God bless. I am very much so enjoying. I will show off again for the camera that it is indeed real. It's not AI. I do have it in my hand. So because I know that we chatted again backstage, you said that you've seen the sort of review made you pull the trigger, which is always good.
I know, yeah, I was always curious about it because it uses a Lexum Old Testament, Greek Old Testament, and has that unique New Testament. And then I saw Sam's video, and it persuaded me, and I ordered one. It's on back order, so
yeah, there you go. But also as well, one thing to note is they have adjusted the Lexum. They've changed.
Okay.
They have adjusted it, which is good. Which is good news. So yeah,
Yes.
I'll hang on. Let me hide the comments so you can put myself a little bit bigger. There we go. So there you go. That's the Bible there.
It's gorgeous.
It's about the same thickness, to be honest, as the OSB. But I think we just oh, no, I can't bring that up because it's going to make things fall down. But yeah, no, it's very good. If you, like I said in my full review, don't use it, in my opinion, for your daily reading. You're going to struggle to find the verses because there's no verse numbers. And that's going to be, if you just want to just read the scriptures, go nuts. By all means, heartily recommend it. If you want to use this Bible as your daily reading Bible for your, daily scriptures to read, you're going to struggle. I'm going to be completely transparent. You're going to struggle. But that being said, it's beautifully done. Heartily recommend it. Pull the trigger if that ticks your boxes. If you just want to get lost in scripture, it's very easy to read. Really is very easy to read. They've done a very good job. And also, I have the spelling error of orthodoxos, which is it's very funny. And Zena saying $5 Canadian. Thank you so much. I'm Orthodox. My husband is not. It's not open, but very against it. It's comforting to know that others are also in the same boat with their spouses. Yeah, thank you. It is tough. I would recommend. I did write a book specifically geared towards people who are of the Protestant nature, who might be a little bit hard-hearted and things like that. It's called Have Mercy on Me, a Sinner. The full title is Have Mercy on Me, a Sinner: The Hard Truths About Historical Christianity and White Matters. And I go through all of the different subsections that go through the Eucharist, baptism, intercession of saints, Sola Scriptura, the Deuterocanon, Calvinism, once saved, always saved, the schism of 1054. Even though technically it wasn't actually in 1054, it was more of a gradual separation. Anyway, that's a separate issue. Yeah, I'd recommend that if you cannot afford the book, get in contact with me and I will send you a copy. I would rather you have that available to give to your husband to say, look, this is what the Orthodox Church believes. It's written from a sola scriptura point of view, where it starts off with scripture and then it slowly introduces the patristics to show that thread of history going through time. If you want a copy, I'm more than willing to send you a copy if it will help you out. So please do get in touch. Question from Amela313. Do you prefer ortho ribs or ortho bells?
Ortho bells I think sounds prettier and is a little softer, but I do like ortho ribs a bit because it's like the allusion to Eve being taken out of Adam's side. But
but also
can
it could
see-
be it could be misconstrued in terms of like you might just have a real massive affinity for barbecue. Ortho ribs. Hey,
That's
there you
true.
go. That's a restaurant idea right there if you want to set up one. Ortho ribs.
Ortho ribs. It would be a great food truck idea too. Ortho ribs, right? Yeah, I think ortho ribs could be a bit vague or ambiguous. So I guess reluctantly I will go with ortho bells.
But yeah, so we have Linus is back. Linus, can you hear me?
Test.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you now, Alex.
Perfect.
And
Yes.
I'm going to stick with
Wait, hold on. I want to be clear. I was speaking about a certain demographic of women, not all women. I was generalizing, probably to my doom, perhaps.
you keep making the same mistake of
I
generalizing.
keep blundering. Yeah, it's horrible. Never works out for me.
And it's always right when I can see it too. It's the
I know,
worst.
right?
I'm never
The thing is,
never
like,
letting it go.
I think about it, and there is like I don't know if it's Gen Z, but like that certain demographic of women that are like, look, anybody who is spending like hours and hours and hours in front of a mirror to like add a slightly wider or slightly more slim like wing to their makeup or something, like they are so conscious of like, I'm gonna change the shade of my whatever, I don't even know what the makeup is called, foundation, I don't know, so that like it emphasizes my cheekbone like slightly more. Like obviously like there is a demographic of women that are like unhealthily like aware of aesthetics, and like there's a great appeal in evangelical churches to like that group of women, and like unfortunately like the culture only reinforces those tendencies, right? The culture is demonic, so they want to distract women and men from like the things that matter. So I'm just like thinking like that is such a powerful draw to like, especially young women that don't have the experience in life, that don't have children, that don't have families, that are like, they haven't had to like worry about paying a bill. Like they kind of are living their best life now, as Joel Osteen would say. It's like, well, like how do we appeal to those young women and like the next gen? Because like the young men in that same age group, we have no problem appealing to them, it seems. But like there seems to be a disparity. It's like within that demographic specifically. So that's what I mean. And I think the answer might be like, I think you ortho bells or ortho ribs, whatever your sensibility is, that's what you guys have been saying in the chat, is that like, no, they just need to learn how to be humble. Like maybe that's the answer, is just double down on that, and then maybe that's the way to go. But
Well, I also think that there's this great awakening that I've noticed with a lot more women, to where they've been having to learn how to use certain terminology in order to fight against what has been pushed on them and what is being pushed on them, especially in terms of what we're seeing with the great awakening within politics, and how women are getting into politics, and they're wanting to, they're getting into this huge defense of the of the female, which I totally agree. Yes, women should be protected, and we shouldn't be continually led to the abuses of the men that are above us. But at the same time, for me, when it comes to looking at orthodoxy, and when it came to religion, for me, it was always a sense of, I want to go with what is true. When I was about 16, 17, I had Mormons that were trying to convert me, uh, um, how, somebody had called it courting conversion. Yeah,
date to convert,
date,
basically.
date to
Yeah.
convert, yeah, basically.
Yeah.
But I was never that type. I was like, well, you're this, and I had all very early had heard, you must be equally yoked. I had kind of held to that for the most part when it came to my husband, who when we started dating, he was like, well, we're Orthodox, and I was like, what does that mean? My experience with Orthodoxy was going to a Pascha with a bunch of monks at a monastery. So that was a wild first experience. An
I was
introduction
gonna
to
say
Orthodoxy.
that's like the peak experience.
It,
That's you
it really
dove right in
was.
on the deep end. Yeah.
But for me, it was yes, there was there was this overwhelming sense, and the aesthetic is lovely, but I also took, again, it's been years and years, and it took years of me asking and prodding and asking, how do you guys derive this from truth? And is how do you guys it was never, they never said, well, what you believe isn't true. They never directly said that. His family, when I would talk with his dad and I would engage with my now husband, when we would talk about this, it was always very much on the, I am trying to find truth. I want to live what is true. For me, the aesthetics weren't, yes, I like pretty things. I like to be pretty. I like things that look good. I want my icon corner to look pleasing as well, and I want it to be aesthetic. There's nothing wrong with that. And I like
Yeah.
the whole crunchy
That's
mom
just like
aesthetic.
yeah, that's
It's
just like a natural, like you crave orderliness and like it should look nice. Like of course
yes,
to it like an extent it's natural, like that's what women do, right? Like that's what I meant earlier when I was like maybe apologetics, not apologetics, but just like the online social media orthosphere could use a woman's touch, you know. It's a little bit of color here or there, you know.
yeah, but also at the same time, it's not just the whole, oh, bringing the whole just feminine softness. I think that there are places for people, and a lot of women respond to, let's say, like a Rachel Wilson. I really respond to her and her being able to,
Yeah,
she
she's
has
great.
the, I love her. I want to be her. Not exactly, but I do enjoy the way that she is able to have, she is very pretty, she takes care of herself, but she also knows how to defend herself and her faith and live in truth, and I think that is the most appealing, that she gets to be the just this kind of woman who is can live on, who can equally both defend and attack and live
Yeah.
that life in truth.
Yeah, I
I
see
was
like these ortho ribs on Twitter like trying to start stuff with Rachel. I'm like, what are you thinking? Are you out of your mind? Like, first of all, she's like a very, very good debater, like textbook, like in terms of like the mechanics of debate, she is excellent. Like A+ from me, I'd give her on that. And
absolutely, yeah.
like why would you try to start stuff with Rachel? Like you are so goofy. But yeah, go on. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I mean, I'm just on that there are a lot of women where it's like, for I don't think this is gender specific though. It's just a complacency with their truth
Mm,
that they're living in, and it doesn't matter
they're
if it's
comfortable.
male or, yeah,
Too
if you're
comfortable.
comfortable.
Yeah.
Exactly. And for me, there are people within any type of sphere or within any demographic that is like, no, I want what is true, and I want to, and that's what I think that, male or female, the men do it in their very certain tailored way and everything, but I feel that there is, you have, when it comes to like the softer, um mm, the softer side, we have the fathers, and you look into like even like schema monks. I see like a lot of these very very gentle, they talk a lot about like the schema monks and that stuff when it comes to the men, and what they want to emulate, and what they find as, like a softer and more, um more emotive kind of thing, the more
Hmm.
emotional part for men. But then for women, it is there's we have our like, we have our nice gentle, the very aesthetic sides and everything, but I think that there also is places for more women that are like Rachel Wilson. Again, I bring her up to where
That's
they
a good
have
point.
there's more
Yeah.
of the attack side, because there are it doesn't matter, men or women, you have sides to each, where you have your attack dogs, you
Yeah,
have your
different
defenses,
flavors. Yeah.
and then you have the gentle gardeners behind the walls and everything. So
That's a
for
good point.
me,
Yeah, I think another example, not to cut you off, but another good example
Mhm,
of like that kind of figure is Mother Silouana Vlad, like a
mhm.
very smart PhD in philosophy. She wrote that book, God, Where is the Wound? Again, like very introspective, very smart, intelligent lady.
I want to read that.
Yeah, Mother Silouana Vlad, God, Where is the Wound? Very good.
Hmm.
In that same vein of like I think probably a not as publicly outspoken, but like in the sense that like I mean, she's very well educated. Like she's thinking through a lot of these things in like that outspoken way. There's a funny interview I think where, excuse me, she was doing a Q&A with some young people, and they were asking her a bunch of questions like, "Mother, what if a young man and a young woman are living together in adultery? What do they do?" And she just looks at him and she goes, "Get married." Like, duh. Like
Yeah.
they should not continue living together in fornication. I mean, I think I said adultery earlier. I meant fornication, but
Yeah.
yeah, like a boyfriend and a girlfriend living together, like they're living in sin. Like, what do you do?
Mhm.
It's like get married. Like it's like that kind of Rachel Wilson kind of like flair to it. So like I see what you're saying. There is that archetype within Orthodoxy.
Yeah, and they I believe that they each have their place, and I think that there should be content created made for those type of women as well, where like I'd love to see more of that and everything, because that's what I resonate with the most as well. I mean, that's why I follow a lot more of the males as well, because you guys are just funnier. I haven't seen a lot if I'm gonna be honest, there's not a whole lot of Orthodox female content where they're
It's a good
sitting
point.
there poking fun at the guys, because I just don't know. A lot of women, they see the more beautiful and aesthetic side, and that's what's put forth. And yes, it's more popularized, but at the same time, we have women that are like Rachel Wilson, and I'm going to be looking into its Mother Silouana.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Vlad.
Okay. Okay.
Mother Silouana Vlad.
Yeah, that's I definitely want to see more of that, because that's the type of stuff like I resonate with. And there's a lot of women that I see inside the things where it's just like, yeah, I mean, I like this other stuff. It's not that I don't like it. It's just I think right now in this time of life and everything, I like more of the kind of more attack and the poke fun and the look, just poke at the bear kind of thing.
Yeah,
It's yeah, and it's also helpful, and I think for women to be able to learn how to defend themselves more firmly and not be, I mean, I don't think that, I think that there's a time and a place for everything.
yeah.
So
So Mother Silouana has
Mhm.
reposed a few years ago, but her books are available at stgeorgepress.com, and they're like
Mhm.
she's Romanian, so like her interviews are in Romanian, but I think there are like numerous subtitled interviews with her on YouTube if you look for it. Yeah, she's a wealth of knowledge. She's great.
But yeah, I would say the distinction between the ortho bells and the ortho ribs, that there actually would be a distinction between whether, you
The
have your
rib bell
more
distinction, the one of the more
the
important
red
ones.
bells distinction. So, yes, I do think that there are the ribs that are going to be a bit more how other people would call, aggressive, and I love that, as well as there are the ones that are more soft, and it's like I want to be able to tap into both, and I want to be able to see both, because I feel that they're both important for the different types of women. And the same where it's like, there's tons of guys where they only ever consume like the harsh, apologetic side of the I gotta punch down on these heretics and stuff, where it's like, no, let's bring it back to where let's talk about the softer and the more loving side of Christianity. Let's bring some of that more into where it's guys that are being, that type of content is just as important too, as well as the
Yeah,
defense of the faith.
yeah, that's right.
So I want to see both content from both people, from both genders.
Right.
So,
Yeah. Good
but yeah,
points.
us. I would just say the the UGG wearing, pink Bible, Starbucks, perfect wing liner and everything.
Yeah,
I
nothing against pink Bibles. You know, it's a
there's
Bible is a Bible. Everybody has their preferences. I was trying to build up a meme of like that type of person.
and it does show something, and I think and you're right to where it is indicative of to where that person probably is in their life, but at the same time, I that girl could possibly be reading something like the apostolic treatise on the procession of the Holy Spirit. You just don't know. So,
That's true. I shouldn't assume that.
like that's
Yeah.
that's the thing, you don't know, because I heard that that perfect wing liner may have been something that was practiced early on when she was like 13 or 14, and then she can just do it in like 3 minutes. What looks like a 30 to 2 hour face to you could probably be something that's only 5 minutes for her. And she gets it done, and she's going in there, and she's got her Starbucks and her coffee and everything, but at the same time she might just be as interested in what is true as the woman who isn't doing that, and who's wearing just a one plain dress, and she's got her quick flats on, and she's just got a bag, one small bag that's got all of the toys for her kids and stuff. There's just I, I I I would like to think that there are these beautiful women that are out there that are just as capable of wanting to divine the truth as much as the women who may not look as aesthetic but are still very much interested in these types of things. And there's being able to create content and find a way to push that out to them, having just a female, maybe a female Orthodox gamer. I would love to see maybe that, who's
So,
an Orthodox gamer, who a female, and who is just, as she's
uh,
playing games and everything, she can bring something
Celestium.
up.
Celestium is a VTuber. She's Orthodox.
I love that. I love that, and I will definitely be looking into that too. Because this is something for me. I'm still a catechumen. I've been, I'm still a catechumen, and I'm seeing all this stuff, but there's not as much stuff that's getting pushed out by the female sphere, and I think maybe females might have a lot to do with that, because if they are attacking the Rachel Wilsons, who are a bit more aggressive in this stuff, then it's like then but that's something that's got to be talked about within the female sphere and between females, and kind of worked out between them, and the spiritual, probably with spiritual guidance, to where they're like, hey, she's still, she's still a Christian and everything. Why are you guys attacking her? So if she's not wrong, just because she's harsh about something, she shouldn't be attacked for that. I appreciate that more than somebody who's, trying to walk on eggshells around me, trying to like, oh, well, trying to prettily put forward, oh, well, no, you're wrong. It's like, no, just give it to me straight. I don't have time. I don't have time. I don't have time for niceties a lot of times. Just give it to me straight.
I think
So,
one thing I think we can do as Orthodox Christians is we can take a leaf out of the Catholics' books. They have a plethora of content available for all different types of Catholics. Like they've got the pretty sort of like the nice English monk sort of like, today in the garden we're going to be looking at how God's creation is so wonderful, and you've got that, but then you've also got like the rad vatty bro sort of like
Tim
well
Gordon.
that yeah like that kind of, you've got the different spectrum, right, and there's things that slot in between, and I think we need to step up our game, because in my personal opinion the Catholics have had the online sphere for too long. We need to take it back. We need to reclaim the online sphere for orthodoxy, and all of you've got Cleve, you've got Alex, you've got Jay, you've got Ubi, you've got Father Ron, you've got Father Michael Bellica from Living Orthodox. You've got myself. You've got Orthodox Phillips, who is also, in the wings. But we all fall on that different spectrum. We cater to different things. And then you've also got, Father Josiah Trenham. You've got, Father Peter Heers. You've got Father Paul Trubenbach. You've got all these different priests who do different things in different ways. And it's that sort of spectrum of orthodoxy, how it shows how we're all united under one banner, and there's content for each sort of different taste. And there is a place in that spectrum for the, ortho girly sort of like, ooh, let's veil together, guys. And then you've also got like the sort of the more like Rachel Wilson sort of like, style of like debate and, that kind of thing. And it within that space, there's options for people to have, like orthodox gaming and things like that.
Yeah, I love both. I want to see more of it, and I want to see something like an Orthodox female who is going and like wrangling horses, and as she's walking and talking, she's talking about the stuff that she's been learning, and we're reading, let's do a reading of the day while she's on top of a horse. I don't know, or
I really want to say, well, according to the Council of Nicaea,
I would love that.
I'm imagining like a female father spirit on Bailey or something. Like out in nature, like doing things, but like, yes, yeah.
There's
Right,
and
stuff.
I like just so I love that, and I want more female Orthodox content for not just the aesthetic girlies, but the girlies that are rough and tumble. They've got their oversized t-shirt on and their hair up in the crazy mom bun, and they're still throwing their kids out in front of their little icon wall and showing them how to pray, even though one's like screaming and holding onto her leg and she's just doing. I want to see more of that kind of day to day of just living that life in truth and everything, but at the same time it doesn't have to always be pretty. And I don't think that, because I love the idea of you can of it just would emulate kind of how I do things as well in real life. I'm not always getting up and having a perfect coffee with my fast friendly almond milk and everything to before we go and do our prayers and everything. Sometimes it's like, all right, and I'm just like dragging myself out of bed, go in front, I'm holding my kid upside down as we're going and we're doing our prayers. That has literally happened before. So I would love to see more moms who are just living that real life, and more young girls who are going to school before, and this is what they're doing in order to prep for school and stuff in their spiritual life of that kind of thing. For like, let's say a college Orthodox girly or whatnot. I want to see all of that. But I think that there could be a real problem if guys are just like, oh, let's only focus on the only content that's being pushed. And guys are like, oh, well, girls are only interested in the pretty things, and the only things that are being pushed are the things where it's like, oh, let me go out in my garden today.
I'm thinking
And
about the
here's someone
normies,
talking.
though. That's why I'm thinking about the normies. Yeah. Because, like, I mean, you mentioned, like, wake up in the morning with, like, your perfect kids and, like, your perfect bookshelf and, like, your almond milk, whatever thing. But I think that's most women. Am I wrong? Like, I mean, that said, like, I understand, like, when you have a few kids running around, your top priority is not going to be whether you have, your almond milk cappuccino ready to go or whatever. I don't know. Like, a lot of the times it's messy, like you described it. I think for married women, that's probably like the reality. Yeah, I'm thinking about the normies is all.
Yeah, normal living Orthodox people going through their normal lives, just pushing out normal, what it's like to live normally as an Orthodox and everything, to where it's like there's not a whole lot of us to where we get to sit there and kind of just contemplate on the mysteries and whatnot. Sometimes it's like I only have like 5 minutes a day in order to do any kind of stuff, and this is what I went through. And then the rest of the time was just in order to keep all of these things, here's what I did. And it was, it was
Right.
a peanut butter and jelly sandwich that that my kid threw like a part of it inside of their Tonka toy truck, and you had to spend the rest of the time singing "Lord Jesus Christ, oh my God, have mercy on me" as you're sitting there trying to scrub the peanut butter
Yeah.
off of the wheels. Like that's
Yeah, that's awesome.
so it's
Right.
like that's all that I got to do in my life, in my Orthodox life today, and we'll see you tomorrow. Like that
Right.
for me. I feel like there's a space, and I feel like those kinds of things should be they need to be made, and they need to be put out, and people need to be accepting of the just as much of the harsher, more other people would say shrewish Orthodox females, as well as the nicer, gentler, more aesthetic. So there's you have your rough and tumble Orthodox females, and then you have your very sweet and pretty ones, and I want to see both of those contents and being kind of made and pushed out by the orthosphere, because
Good
I
points.
want
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
I
they're good
want that.
points.
That's what I'm looking for. So if you, for my ortho bells and ortho ribs, please start making that content for me. I can't do it. I'm terrible. I'm terrible on screen.
Well, there
There
you
you
go.
go.
Right. Well, thank you for joining, Lioness. Much appreciated. It's a pleasure to hear from you.
All right. Thank you for having me.
No worries. Have a good rest of your day. We've got Orthodox Philip coming up here. Sorry
Hey,
for keeping
guys.
you waiting, brother. How you doing?
No problem. Just listening. How you doing? Doing great.
I feel
Okay,
like
good.
in hindsight, like looking back at literally any time I ever talk about like women ever, I feel like that I have more foot and mouth moments than I realize. Like I only realized days later. I'm like, maybe I could have phrased that differently. I don't know. I never win whenever I talk about that subject.
Yeah, it goes like that sometimes.
Yeah, like Blake says, Alex gets in trouble almost every time he talks to the ribs. I guess maybe not one of my talents. I don't know. I mean, I must have something figured out, because there's at least, I mean, one woman liked me, like she likes me enough to stay married to me. So that's
Well,
that's
see, that's
good.
all that matters.
You're doing something right.
There you go.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, on that, I wanted to make a comment. Just in my experience, something that I don't know who needs to hear it, but maybe somebody it'll make a difference for them. So, looking throughout the past about a decade now, going to Orthodox churches, the women who I've seen who are converts usually are there because of their brother, boyfriend, husband, something like this. So I think one way that we can help at least our other brothers out is if you have a sister, if you have a cousin, if you have a friend who's a female, bring her to church, invite her to church. And I think that, if you're doing that and someone else is doing that, you guys can, like, I don't know, connect people together. And because there is an out of balance, statistic of men to women. And it's not just memes. I did see a while ago, I don't remember where it was, but I did see some actual hard statistics on that. And they were pretty in favor of the boys. But I do think there's a solution. I think that we can help as guys, because unless you're just like, you have no sisters, you don't know any girls, then you can't help. But I know in my case, I brought my sister and she ended up becoming Orthodox, and her husband is convert, and he was really happy to hear that she was my sister, not my girlfriend. So it can happen.
Yeah. You heard that, men? We are gonna have to start a project, flirt to convert. New plan. I can't find a girl in the Orthodox Church. Go get a Baptist girl, bring her to Orthodox Church.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's something about if they trust you, it's like if they're family, friends, they trust you. It's like, yeah, sure, I'll check it out. Maybe that's the end that they need. Because I think you mentioned it earlier, Alex, but there's some kind of like really important value for women to like feel like they belong or feel like they're welcome or they have some kind of connection there personally. Like even as a guy, it's awkward to walk into something totally you've never been there, you don't know if anybody wants you to be there. Some churches are really good about it, some are not so good about it. I've kind of seen both. I've been in churches where I feel like they didn't want me there but I've been in others where they're super welcoming. But either way, it's like going with somebody. Actually, even girls, if girls have friends or sisters, they can bring them too. But I think that'll help a lot with I know they'll be thankful later if they do become Orthodox. They'll be glad you invited them. But I'm just really glad that I did invite my sister. But yeah,
that's good. As Rachel had this super chat saying that Father Josiah's wife and daughters have a channel. That is true. It is Patristic Nectar Family, where they do some like sit down stuff and some like long form conversations. So there's some content out there. Maybe we could do better pushing that stuff. Who knows?
Yeah, 100%. I think we need to, because ultimately, we can't forget that women are also part of the church as well, and they do need to have
pretty important. They're half of it. Yeah, pretty important part.
Exactly. But they need to have their needs met in terms of like what's right for them. For us men, it's that I think we'd probably all be in agreement is that a vast majority of the male audience of Orthodoxy tend to gravitate towards debates and analyzing theological critiques of certain doctrines. Where
are the bad guys? We want to go get the bad guys. This is the male psychology. Yes.
But on the other side, I want to see Orthodox women doing those things as well. But also I want to see have back in the day when YouTube was like starting up. Does anyone remember Charles Trippy?
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, fair. Maybe it's just me just being a loner on the internet. There was a guy called Charles Trippy, and he did a vlog with his wife and his 2 dogs, and he has vlogged every single day since 2006 up until now. It's got like a world record or something.
Wow.
Yeah. It's literally just like his day, his entire day, every single day. He's catalogued and documented. And I want to see Orthodox women documenting their day, what it's like to raise a family, at the female side of things, whilst doing if they don't work, if they're doing housework, helping the children with prayers, what it looks like, cooking and taking into consideration fasting, periods and things like that, recipe ideas. But also there's people like Celestian VTuber, who's Orthodox, has some really good content, does gaming stuff, and has really good takes on certain things, is a bit more sort of like nerdy centric, and like we discussed, having the sort of the more rough and tumble cowgirl sort of like aesthetic of horseback riding, lassos and bull riding and that kind of thing, and then saying this is what we do in the church and this is what it looks like in my life. I want to see all of that, and I think we should actively encourage the women in our lives and our parishes who want to do that and help them with the knowledge that we have to pursue that. How to record properly, how to edit properly, how to make sure your microphones are good, offering our assistance, to help them get set up, show them the ropes, get all that stuff set up for them so they can do it by themselves, and push the content when it comes out and say, this is a great channel, go subscribe, go watch this. I think we can do a lot more. But also, on the flip side, we need to have the women who are willing to step up to fill that role as well. And they have to be comfortable to do that. And I don't think it should be forced.
Right.
I agree. Yeah. for sure.
Anyway, yeah, Philip, I saw your message. Hang on, I saved it. There you go. Would like to collab you down. I can send some topic ideas. I'm down for a collab, obviously. I do need to reply to your email. I do apologize.
Yeah, no worries. I know it's busy time for you. You got all kinds of stuff going on these days.
Oh yeah, I've got a new job. I've got Bibles to review and things like that.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm certainly down. Don't know if you're down, Alex.
We can get something on the books. I
have
a lot coming up, but maybe we can work something out.
Yeah.
I think one topic that would be good to bring up, someone, and something I've been researching a lot recently, is the Bible canon being weaponized against the Orthodox Church.
Oh, that's the dumbest objection. It makes no sense.
I agree, but it keeps coming up.
I know. Like, it's even in my comments, and they're like, why is the canon a problem for us when you don't have an infallibly defined canon and you guys disagree on what it is? I'm like, who disagrees? Can you please tell me who disagrees? Most of the time they can't. And then every now and then you'll have somebody who comes in like, well, the Georgian church says they have 4 Maccabees, not 3. And I'm like, you realize canonical means books that are permitted to be read during the liturgy, right? Deuterocanonical books are not read during the liturgy. Like, this is not a problem. Like, the reason you have councils and like infallibly defined dogmas ever to begin with is because they solve a problem. It's not a problem. That's why we don't have a council on it. Like, it's in the way that Protestants tend to describe it. This was an organic development within the church of how, like, they recognized which ones, were special above the other books. Those became the canonical books, right? Like, like, oddly enough, they almost have it right. It's not independent of the church. They always try to make it sound like the Bible came about this, like, on its own initiative, independent of Christ's church. And it's like, no. If the church is the body and the scriptures are God breathed, the scriptures are breathed out from the church. You can't have one without the other. I think it's like, I think Metropolitan Callisto Swearer, like, he uses that same structure in like his introductory book, right? He says that there's a Christian tradition. Scriptures are a part of that Christian tradition. You can't separate one from the other.
Yeah, I agree with you. I take another approach to it. I will grant that there are lists that don't agree. I mean, it's just a reality. You look at church fathers, like, okay, this book's not in there. That's interesting. So I try to ask the question, why is it not in there? And I think that there are very real historic reasons why certain books are not there. We know, for example, Origen was dialoguing with Jews of his time, and Jerome was dialoguing with Jews of his time. So there's some influence of that rabbinic canon coming in. Same thing in Russia in the 19th century. The Russian Bible Society was drawing from Western biblical scholarship. So you'll see in like some Russian writers, like people will use Philard of Moscow. It's like, hey, look, he has the Protestant
Hebrew text. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like,
with the Hebrew manuscript tradition. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like they grab it and they use it. But it's like, you know what? You're taking these out of their historical context, for one, which I think is, you can't do that. You can't take one list from one time that has is very politically charged and then start beating everyone else's lists over the head with it. So I think that's part of it, is like, if you want to get your hands dirty and like dig into the history, I think there are very real reasons why they're seeing these things. Yeah. But yeah, no, yeah, it's
then it only creates problems for them, right? Like I like, they bring it up, but I fail to see, and I don't know if it's my problem, maybe I just don't get it, or they are not articulating it properly. Like what exactly is the problem in our system with that? Like, there isn't one. Like, what is it? Like, that, do you know, Philip? I don't know. Like, maybe you can help me. But like, so yeah, like, are they trying to say that you're requiring something of us that you don't require of yourselves? Well, we do not have a sola scriptura standard, so the standard is different. Like, duh. I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, since when has it been a criteria for the legitimacy of a church hangs on whether or not that church has a perfect little list defined? It's like that would exclude the entire early church. Like there were disputed books
good
in the early
point.
church. So it's like I feel like they're just all
So yeah,
shooting
Barnabas
themselves
was
in the foot.
Barnabas was read liturgically in some assemblies. Like Eusebius talks about it, and it's
Yeah,
like
Eusebius has a
what-
chapter on it.
I don't think any Orthodox churches disagree on the canonical books. I think the deuterocanonical books and like the books that you read privately for yourself, I think some play it fast and loose, but like St. John Damascene, right, summarizes the entire patristic teaching up to his time. And like he's pretty clear. We have 66 books. The Old Testament books correspond to the Hebrew Old Testament books. And we have the deuterocanonical books. Those are informative and good for reading. We don't consider them canonical. That doesn't mean they're wrong or that you should not read them. Like these books should inform your Christian worldview. Like I think they're on a witch hunt, man. They're looking for something that's not actually there.
I just want to take a moment to shout out Orthodox Philip, because he did a video recently where he did a Venn diagram to show all the different books and where, like, you know, all the different sources and where you know, can it be considered canon according to the Bible, the patristics, you know, and things like. It's brilliant. It's simple, but it's brilliant. So I really want to say, well done on that video, Philip, because you did a really good job.
Thank you for that. Yeah. I came up with that Venn diagram kind of last second. I wanted a way to show that, you know, we don't get a canon from one particular spot, you know, but it's in the life of the church, and to show the different expressions of that, you know, in our services, in our councils, in our fathers, you know, all these things. And a Venn diagram came to mind, right? You can show here's what the fathers are using, and here's what the councils are using, and here's what's, you know, be listed in the Septuagint, and you see that their intersection is very much in accordance. You know, there's a few little like quotes in the fathers that are in some weird books and stuff, but it's like overall there is a trend. The church does seem to be very aware of which books are in its Bible, even though you can't point, well, here it is right here in this one little spot, you know, like the Catholics can do that, right, with Council of Trent and Florence and so on. But you know, we don't necessarily need that because we have our tradition, which provides an epistemic basis for the canon, right? You may not like that it's not as neat and convenient as the Catholic system, but at least we have a basis. And I think that's more than Protestants can say, right? They don't consider sacred tradition at the level of authority of Scripture. So, you know, I think that's the real problem here. I don't see a problem in our system, even if it's a little messy, you know, it's so what? At least we have an epistemic basis, right? That's
like fundamentally, sola scriptura is a rejection of the ability of the church to bind the conscience of lay people to decisions like that. And boiled down, that really is what it is. And what you said, Philip, that the books that are canonical, like the most holy, the most sacred books, like this is revealed in the life of the church. I think that's the most important part, because I've argued this for a while. Nobody's really called me out on it yet, but like Protestants, especially neo-Protestants, evangelicals, do not really have a doctrine of the church. Like they would say they have one, but it's invisible. You can't see it. You don't know where it is. You can't interact with it. I guess in Matthew 18, when Christ said, you know, you have a dispute, bring it to the church, he's talking about some invisible entity. You don't know where it is or who makes it up.
Right.
Like,
right. It's almost like if you talk to them, they'll say, well, if they believe in the Trinity, if they're part of the church. Well, where is that outlined in Scripture? Where does it say those are in the church or those who believe in the Trinity? So they're kind of drawing their own lines of in and out of the church, but it's like that's what everybody's doing. That's what we're doing, and you're you know, complaining about it. We're just drawing different lines that have a more patristic basis, you know, than a sort of arbitrary Trinity or not thing. And then
we would say they don't really have the Trinity, right? So
I was just going to say,
what
do you mean Trinity? Like, we don't even know if you believe in the Trinity, how we believe in the Trinity.
Yeah,
like, maybe say the word, but
how specific are we going to be? Like they don't have the essence energies distinction. They added the filioque. Like there's some pretty major differences in our doctrines of God.
Yeah, the filioque is one where it's like some people can, you know, make it sound orthodox. Some people it's just really obviously not. And it's like, I don't know, it's kind of all over the place in my experience. I've seen Catholics debate themselves over the the filioque. It's a hypostatic procession. No, it's an essential procession. It's like, okay, I'll let you guys hash that out, but
yeah, that looks like an in-house problem, like,
right.
But yeah, like there's like we could get pretty close, right? Like I think even Saint Maximus says that like through the Son would be an like not ideal, but an acceptable formulation. But they don't say that. Like I think it was Florence that was pretty clear. It's a double hypostatic procession as from one principle. Which,
yes.
Saint Gregory Palamas in his apodictic treatises like tears that to shreds. He's like, what even does that mean as from one principle? It doesn't even make sense.
You won't get an answer. I tried. I've been trying for years. I have not been able to. Well, the closest I get is to say it's like creation. Creation is like one thing from three persons, and it's like it's a different thing. It's not even. This is creation versus the eternal relations of the Trinity. Like that's not even a good comparison. But yeah, no, you highlighted it. It's Council of Florence, right? That's the immovable block in the road. They've made that an ecumenical council.
Yeah, they have to believe that.
They have to believe that, and that's the one thing. It's like that's their hill to die on. We didn't make that choice. We didn't tell them to make that ecumenical, and. So yeah, and it's the wording that you just said, right? That from one principle, two persons, one principle. I think people get hung up on the words, way too much, like and the Son. You'll find words on both sides, that look very filioque-ish, but at the end of the day, it's how it's defined and understood at Florence that really just makes it impossible for us to accept. And I would like more dialogue in that spot instead of just these quote mine machine guns that we often see. I would love to see more dialogue on okay, how can you get around this problem where you have two persons, but it's supposed to be one principle of the Spirit? Because that's the one thing I never really see in the Fathers at all. They try to quote Augustine, but even Augustine denies it. Augustine says the Father only is the one from whom the Holy Spirit principally proceeds. That's what he says. So I don't know. It's wild. Yeah.
I think also I just want to add the remaining people who are backstage into the call just to save time because I know I'm ticking on. I want to respect everyone's time.
Sure.
So Lewis and Noah, welcome in. How you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
Great stuff. How are you doing? Noah, you were here first.
Yeah, so I myself am not Orthodox. I've been looking into it for a couple of years. Main reason I haven't converted yet, mainly because, it's pretty far away and I don't have a driver's license. So, but I kind of just had a couple questions. The first question would be, the first one. I know like the topic is debates, heresies, and apologetics, and one of them is related to that topic, and the other one isn't. So which one should I?
No, just go for it. Just go for it, mate. This is free flow discussion.
All right. So
I'd say it's pretty broad. Like debates, heresies. That's a lot of it.
Yeah, that's true. I guess one of the questions I had would be, what is the Orthodox response to these sort of like right-wing, like anti-Abrahamic, people who, some of them are atheists, some of them are like neo-pagans, some of them are pantheists, but they're all sort of reject Christianity mainly because they believe that all Abrahamic religions stem from Judaism, and because they have this sort of like anti-Jewish way of thinking, they reject Christianity because of that. What would the Orthodox response to that be?
Well, Abraham was not Jewish. Abraham was the Jews come from Israel, right? Who is Abraham's grandson. So it really doesn't make sense. In our view, Abraham was like Trinitarian. He worshipped Jesus, right? I think the Orthodox view is distinguished in that way, right? And we think that throughout, like in the Old Testament, you see a progressive revelation, but I think like the prophets, they did have like the full idea of the Trinity. I don't think you can, like Daniel or Isaiah, stand in God's divine counsel and, oh, there's one like a son of man. Oh, he has all the marks of being Yahweh, right? Like some major problems there. But I guess like one thing we have to keep in mind for these political conversations, that all our political views are downstream. Like our religious views, our theology is prior to all of that, right? So like whatever your theology is, that's going to inform your political views. So I don't talk about politics that much, namely because I'm pretty sure like Jay and Jim Bob and Cleve have that covered. So I like to focus on the theology more. But I think the response to them is their views on politics are wrong because their theology is wrong, and that's like the battleground with those people, right? So paganism fails on like numerous grounds, and they could ask their own ancestors why they converted to Christianity from paganism. So it doesn't work. Atheism also, I think, is like nobody takes it seriously on the internet anymore. That fedora meme did so much damage. It's unreal, honestly. And there are like numerous like The Mind of God is probably a great book by Paul Davies if you guys want to look into atheism, or like also Saint Seraphim Rose, his nihilism essay also is very good on this topic.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I want to highlight that point just really quickly.
Go ahead.
That the European ancestors, right, of the Europeans today chose Christianity, right? They chose it. They adopted it. It became part of who they are. And now, why would they do that? Because Christianity is true, right? And that's what matters. It's like, why would you LARP up with fake gods if you know they're not real? Like, just because your ancestors did it? Like, that's, to me, that's really lame. I would pursue truth, right? And they understood that they really believed in those gods. They really believed in it. With their whole hearts,
and they were real. The gods of the nations are demons. Yeah,
they are. And so when they found something true, something better, they preferred it, right? So it's, for me, it's like, it's cool. You know, your heritage is cool, but it's like, at the end of the day, you want to be on the side of truth. And that's how I would take it. So just move the question, well, is Christianity true? Well, then you can, explore that question.
Yeah. I agree.
But I have seen that idea that like they just reject Christianity because they say, well, that's Jewish and I'm not Jewish. I'm like whatever, Swedish or something. That has nothing to do with the truth value of any proposition. It's like literally a formal fallacy. Like it is
absolutely.
It's very stupid.
No, I agree with that. The reason I've asked this question is because recently I had multiple discussions with these sort of anti-Abrahamic people, and I've really haven't seen much Orthodox apologetics against those like online. I'm not sure exactly why.
Where do I find them? Are they on TikTok or something? Most of my stuff is on YouTube.
Well, I find a lot of them on X. So I actually have my own channel, and I posted my conversation with one of them, which it was. Basically, the guy was saying a lot of crazy things. He was like, well, all white people are essentially pagan, like by ethnicity or something.
Oh, my favorite pagan tradition is converting to Christianity. Maybe we can follow this one.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
yeah. He was contradicted himself multiple times. He's like, okay, white people are pagans. He said that he's not pagan, even though he's white. And he also said that Jews are pagans.
Yeah, this is not a serious person. These are not serious arguments.
I agree. Yeah, I'll let Lewis. I have another question, but I'll let Lewis go because I know he's been waiting. So
no, you can ask your question if you want. It's fine.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so the other question I had was it's not really a like apologetics question. It's more just like when we read the Lives of the Saints, you mentioned Seraphim Rose. He was very well read in a lot of.
He's a professor, yes, university professor. Yeah, no slouch. Yeah,
he's very well read. He read all these different philosophers. He could speak. He knew like 5 or 6 different languages, like something crazy like that. And he was obviously a genius. So I would just ask, do you think that's something to aim for in the spiritual life, is to...
Yes, I wish that you all would prophesy. And prophecy does not that does not. This is what St. Paul tells the Corinthian church when, they have disorder in their service and everybody's, speaking in their own native languages and they can't like standardize their worship and people go and they don't understand what's being said. So he says, you'll speak in one language. If somebody speaks in a different language, then it'll be at most two or three, and you must have somebody to interpret. Right. And in that same chapter, he's talking about like, by the way, prophecy is a greater gift from God than languages are. And prophecy is referring to wisdom and knowledge of like God's word, right? And the ability to preach it and to exhort and to be a spiritual father, right? So he wishes for all of us to have this knowledge. So yeah, we should. I think it's not everybody is called to have that role. Not every are all apostles, are all prophets, do all speak in tongues, do all interpret? No, is the answer that St. Paul gives there. That's the rhetorical answer he's trying to get across to the audience. But it is something we should strive for. Like St. Peter says that to always be prepared to give a defense for what you believe in. That doesn't mean everybody's going to be an online apologist or a debater, but like I think there is a baseline that the Orthodox Christian needs to understand about their own faith, right? And this is, keep mind you, this is not attacking other people's faith. Sometimes the best way to like do apologetics is just to understand your own. And I would say you have no business going to try and learn everybody else's positions before you know your own, right? So,
yes,
yeah,
so,
I think it is something we should strive for, is to not be slouches in that area.
So we should strive for it, but how does that actually look like applied in real life? I mean, I know you're saying like we should do this, and I agree with you, but like, what are the steps that somebody can do to achieve that?
Well, I think it's practically reading the lives, like doing the daily readings and reading the lives of the saints. That will take you an extremely long way. Familiarizing yourself with the prayers and the hymns of the church. There's a lot of theology in there that will take you an extremely long way, right? So like, not everybody will be going through St. Maximus and his Ambigua, right? But there are so many sources that are like written in plain language for your everyday person, like Clark Carlton, Dr. Clark Carlton. This book is called The Truth. It's like his assessment of Roman Catholicism, and he has a chapter on evangelical Christianity from an Orthodox perspective. I appreciate Dr. Carlton, because it's like, it is in plain English. You don't need any college degrees to know what he's saying in there. So there's like resources of all levels that people can go to for that. It's like, not everybody will be combing through primary sources, but like interpersonal evangelism, every Orthodox Christian has plenty of resources readily available to him to be prepared for when those conversations come up.
Yeah, thank you. That's all of my questions. You answered that beautifully.
Thank Philip. Philip, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, that was good. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, I keep going. No, I know it's. I was in your position to with going to Orthodox Church. I know it's a struggle, and I know it, sometimes it can really get you down at times about distance and finances and things like that. But just keep going. God sees your efforts. Keep praying. Have your icon corner in your room, or wherever it is. Say your prayers. Keep striving after orthodoxy. Keep pursuing, and God will make a path for you. He will make it possible for you to attend, and reach out to a priest as well, the priest of your closest parish. Explain your situation, what's going on, and see if you can plan for like a month's time or something like that. You can save up to make that trip and to spend time with the priest to have your questions answered, and for him to give you good spiritual wisdom and guidance.
Thank you.
Yes,
no worries,
that's what I was going to say. So yeah, he got to connect with the church. Yeah, if you can.
Beat you to it, Philip.
You did.
No, thank you everybody for answering all my questions, and I appreciate it. Have a good rest of the live stream.
God bless.
Yeah. I think one more thing probably worth mentioning, like even for the listeners and for the young men, is to be on guard for these kinds of like nationalist movements online. Because I mean, we saw what happened. I think Jay had like in Cleve as well had good coverage of this. That a lot of them are like fed entrapment schemes, right? Like we saw this with the January uprising, right? Whatever you want to call it. But like, it is a dangerous world out there for young men. Be careful who you are associating yourself with online. And just a username does not guarantee who that person is. Like, especially like on Twitter, just because somebody has an Eastern Cross in their handle or their username, that does not mean that they are an Orthodox Christian. You don't know who that person is, right? So just be conscious of this, young men.
Yes.
Don't go to jail for something stupid in your youth and then ruin the rest of your life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lewis, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks be to God. How can we help?
Well, I just had a question on how you guys would respond to the apparitions that happen within Catholicism, specifically like Our Lady of Fatima.
We're agnostic.
So what do you mean by that?
We know that God works within the church, and those we can confirm by the witness of the church. God can do whatever he wants also because God has free will. So he can work outside the church. And, there are also other spiritual forces at work outside the church. So could there be an actual, like, real bona fide apparition, like, outside the church? Yeah, there could. It also could not be. We're agnostic on this issue. We don't judge things that occur outside the church. This is the same thing you see in the Old Covenant church, same thing you see in the New Covenant church, right? That's the end of 1 Corinthians, I want to say chapter 5. Like St. Paul, what do I have to do with those who are outside the church? Why am I judging them? I'm concerned with those inside the church. So, like, yes, God is working, and he's working through the church. But I mean, like, there are things that, like, those things we are agnostic on because the Bible says so.
But wouldn't you say that it'd be pretty problematic for your issue if it was an actual apparition that contradicts Eastern Orthodoxy and affirms the doctrines of Catholicism?
How?
Well, like, for example, if we look at like Lourdes, or if we look at Fatima.
Oh, because it says she's the Immaculate Conception or something.
Well, you have the Immaculate Conception. She talks about purgatory. Obviously she talks about her Immaculate Heart, all these other things.
So we would say that is wrong. That cannot be from God because those doctrines are false because they don't line up with the teaching of the church.
So what makes you say that against supposedly Mary, who is there that's affirming these doctrines?
Because she's not affirming the doctrines of the church.
Yeah, but again, you're kind of just like saying, well, my interpretation is that this isn't what the church is saying.
No, this is the Orthodox view. Like, what do you expect me to say that, yes, they are accurate? I'm an Orthodox Christian. What do you expect me to say?
Well, yeah, and what if it was something else, right? Like, what if she said something like, there is no Trinity, like, you're obviously going to say that's not of God, right? That's not of God because it contradicts what God taught in his church. So I think we're applying the same principle. But yeah, I think agnostic is a good way to put it. What it is, I don't attempt to define. I don't try to explain what it was or what they saw, but
it's not our business.
Yeah, it's that we lack the belief in it, especially when it contradicts our doctrines.
Yeah, if you have any spiritual experience that contradicts the teachings of the church is not a real spiritual experience. It is either a delusion or it is of demons. I think you have the same position as I assume you're a Roman Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you should agree with us on this, except your criteria of what that spiritual experience has to meet is different.
No, but the thing is, I'm agreeing with you if we have an example of there's no need to do that, man. Come on.
Do you understand? What do you mean? No, do you understand what my critique was?
I understand. But
like, you understand that we have like the same view on this, though, right? It's just our criteria are different because you're a Roman Catholic. And like, if there's an Orthodox Christian that had a spiritual experience that said, hey, forget all of that Sacred Heart stuff. It's Nestorian. Why are you creating two subjects in Christ and in the Theotokos? That's weird. You would not accept that, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to accept it.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that we have the same standards on this.
But the point is that when we look at the New Testament or even the Old Testament, like Isaiah 48 or 2 Corinthians, Revelation chapter 12, we know how to distinguish between what is demonic activity and what is actually coming from God directly. So
discernment of spirits
pointers,
discernment of spirits is a spiritual gift,
can I just finish?
well, I mean, there's a false premise baked in there that I want to just bring to your attention, that discernment of spirits is a spiritual gift. Not everybody will have that. Is you have to rely on your spiritual church. This is not something that every layperson can go around and discern whether a spiritual experience is correct or not.
I didn't say that. And even that point, that can be ignorant on them. So like, for an example,
You said we can know because of the criteria in Isaiah and in this other citation that you had. I'm just bringing to your attention, not literally we, those who have authority in the church to say that this is valid or not, they can go discern it. So I'm pretty sure we agree on that. I'm just trying to make sure we're clear here.
I mean, of course, but some people can still be in error, like what happened in Fatima, even in the beginning, right? All of the spiritual leaders and all of the members of the church, they're still incorrect about the position if it actually was to be true. So we can make this discernment for ourselves. And even when it comes to these desperate situations, and what I'm saying is that when we look at the distinguishment between what is a real miracle and what is actually coming from a demon, right? The point of for God is to bring people to her son, to her son. And for the point of the demon is to, as Revelation 12 and 2 Corinthians says, is that you deny the glory of God and you deny the gospel and what it is. Obviously, the gospel comes from John 17 and John chapter 6. So if these things are going into opposition of saying, believe in the Son, believe he was crucified, believe he was the Son of God, and you should believe in also his mother, I don't see any issue with this. And there's really nothing that contradicts scripture, even proves that it's a demon at all. Because if anything, it's going against all the things that say a demon would do.
So you have a spiritual experience talking about the Sacred Heart and the Immaculate Conception that cannot be true even by your own standards, because you also accept the Council of Ephesus. The cult of the Sacred Heart creates two subjects in both Christ and in the Theotokos. Both of those, that violates the Council of Ephesus on its face. So that cannot be a real, valid spiritual experience by your own standards. Moreover, if we're going to talk about the Immaculate Conception, the entire doctrine of the Immaculate Conception is premised upon an extreme Augustinian view of original sin. I don't think you really see it. I haven't studied this in depth off the top of my head. The earliest I've seen in reference to it is like the 800s, some monk in Western Christianity. Before that, you don't really see this doctrine of the Immaculate Conception. And moreover, like, you don't see that in the anthropology of Saint Maximus, who's binding again on you and me because of the Sixth Ecumenical Council. So even by your own standards, these apparitions, you should not be accepting them.
Well, I mean, again, I think this is just up to interpretation for we think of ecclesiastical history. So, I mean, again, I would disagree with you on the point of the Immaculate Conception. I'd rather not get into that, though. But even if we are granted the case that it does come from the 800s or even like way later from an early Christian belief, there's no issue with that. I mean, if something is progressive, if something comes later, but Mary actually comes and affirms that doctrine, then there's no issue with that. I don't see any contradiction with that.
She also affirms a Nestorian doctrine at the same time that's not a real spiritual experience.
Okay, so
real spiritual experiences are found in the true church, the Orthodox Church. This ecclesiology is prior to all of these things.
Okay. We're also really, like, you can understand. I hope you can understand our perspective, Lewis. Is the Orthodox Church is extremely skeptical about everything that happens. We have to make because our job as the Orthodox Church is to preserve the faith. So we are overly critical about every new apparition or doctrine or things like that that might spring out of somewhere, and we have to make sure with absolute precision that it lines up with the historical teachings of the church and scripture. And if it doesn't, then we will say it doesn't line up, it's Nestorian or what have you. So we have to understand sort of our perspective on these things is that yes, you may hold them to be true as a Catholic, but from our point of view, we are extremely skeptical about these things because we have a job to do to preserve what Christ has handed down to us from our point of view.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just trying to say is that when we look at it, the miracle in itself, I mean, I think that interpreting the church in itself is pretty subjective. But if we have something that's concrete and that's affirming it, like it were to be Mary, then I think it really just like seals the deal, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
If it were to be, then yes, but it cannot be, because she's teaching contrary. Whatever this thing is teaching contrary to what was handed down to us.
So would you say that it's a demon? What would you say it was?
It could possibly be. Again, as I said, we are agnostic on these spiritual experiences or apparitions that occur outside the church. It is possible to have true. Look at Saint Cornelius, the centurion, right? Prior to being received into the church, and he prayed, and to the Lord received his prayers and alms prior to even joining the church. And an angel appeared to him prior to being received into the church. But when the true church appeared to him, he recognized it right away, and he was received. So
I'd also like to point out that he did leave on his own accord. I didn't kick him.
Yeah, I just figured I'd finish my answer because there are people listening too. So
yeah, that's great.
Yeah. I see Father Deacon Ananias is in the chat. It's good to see you, Father Deacon.
Good to see you.
He had a good comment that I liked. He said earlier up, said the Immaculate Conception is false regardless of when it came about. That is correct, Father Deacon. Thank you for catching me on that.
There you go. Thank you for gracing me with your presence, Father. But yeah. I think that basically that, unless any of you guys have got something final to say, we might as well wrap it up there, because we've been going for over 4 hours now, and I'm very, very grateful that you haven't kicked off and gotten annoyed at me saying, "Sam, I need to go."
It's a work of love, right? I have this debate coming up with Kelly Powers on Sola Scriptura. Again, that's on Made by Jim Bob's channel. I imagine most of our audiences overlap, so you guys probably know who he is. But if you don't know, you just go on YouTube, type in Made by Jim Bob. He's an Orthodox Christian. He does mostly apologetics against atheism, but he's going to be hosting the debate between me and Kelly Powers tomorrow. Again, like I said, July 11th, I'll be debating a Lutheran pastor on who is the true church, Lutherans or Orthodox Christians, so we can keep an eye out on that one. But otherwise, if you guys found anything that I had to say interesting and not just yapping too much, you can just go on YouTube and put in Alex Sorin, or on X or on Instagram, Alex Sorin. You'll find me in all those places. So thanks for having me, Sam, and Philip. Good to see you, man. God bless you guys. Yeah, it's my pleasure to be here. Yeah.
Thanks for having me on too. Yeah, I just don't mean to crush the party.
No, you didn't crush the party at all. Thank you for coming up, and thank you again, Alex, and thank you guys for watching the stream. If you haven't subscribed, why not subscribe? Because it's free, helps me out. Chuck a like and share the video and all that jazz. And yeah, so thank you so much for watching, guys. God bless, and I will see you in the next video. Adios.